Good morning. Welcome to the 16th International Sakharov Conference. Authoritarianism on the Rise, 50 years after the founding of the Helsinki movement. I would like to give the floor to our first opening speaker, Mrs. Audra Pilipytė, the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Lithuania.
Labas rytas, good morning, dear organizers, speakers, dear guests, listeners. It's my great pleasure to be with you this already traditional International Sakharov Conference. It's been half a century since the creation of Helsinki movement. It's been half a century, a long period for incredible evolution in many aspects in many our societies. We undergone political, social, economical changes. It was a period of transformations from Soviet totalitarianism, from the complete denial of human rights to a free, democratic and liberal society. Maybe young generations don't remember and take this society and freedoms, values for granted, but we, many of us, still remember and deeply respect, appreciate those people who risked everything, their freedoms, their lives, their well-beings, the future of their families, to fight for the vision of Helsinki processes, which sometimes looked as not achievable and distant and real. But it came true. It has been already more than 3 decades that we live in the restored independent Lithuania. It has been a decade since Lithuania joins the most powerful alliances. We have experienced incredible economic growth. Civil societies has become stronger and more resilient. And yet, we always have felt the growth of authoritarianism, especially in our eastern neighborhood, but also globally. We have observed outbreak of aggression against partners who have chosen democratic path, such as Moldova, Georgia, or Ukraine. And finally, the aggression, full-scale aggression erupted in the war against Ukraine, right here in the center of Europe. Thus, the title of this conference reminds us the danger of authoritarianism in the rise again. We see the sinister forces, brutal power driven by imperialistic instincts, supported by big money and manipulation, were always right around the corner, waiting for opportunity to regain control and create a new totalitarianism. They use our successful as freedom of speech, liberal democracies against us by spreading disinformation, propaganda, and that way shattering the very basis of our societies. And today we face the dilemma: if Helsinki principles are still valid, have we been doing something wrong, not enough, if our chosen path can be protected? And I believe that this conference will provide an opportunity for deeper reflections and contemplations of new path out, how to protect those principles. Perhaps you should remember the lessons of that 50 years period, including Havel's famous essay, The Power of the Powerless, on the so-called post-totalitarianism. This is not to imply that we are powerless, but the lessons resonate today. In this age of FIMI, of international artificial intelligence, we cannot overestimate the importance of pursuing truth and authenticity, knowing what is right and meaningful versus what is fake and meaningless. Our power lies in the courage to stand for the truth, to take responsibility for our deeds, and ensuring accountability is key in this too. Last week, I participated in the Council of Europe ministerial meeting, which took very significant steps, important steps in ensuring accountability in progresses of special tribunal for aggression against Ukraine, registers common condition. So we see the good light in some developments, as well as also countries and states' eagerness to fight disinformation, FIMI as well. So we are not hopeless. And that is just a fraction of our joint efforts to preserve and strengthen the rules-based global order, which respects human rights and democratic institutions. The Lithuanian government's long-standing commitments to this goal through protection and support for human rights defenders, journalists, and dissidents remains unwavering and not limited to a neighboring region. It is our moral obligation, including to those dissidents who fought for Helsinki principles decades ago, and also to our societies. It's our duty to ensure that they and our efforts don't go in vain. We shall find best ways to deter, resist, and fight back all malign attacks, to protect our societies, and also to become a beacon of hope for those people who are still live under oppressions. So we shouldn't feel small. We have moral strength and democratic resilience of our societies, and we can work together. So I wish all the best for the conference. Looking forward to the discussions, suggestions, evaluations, what we shall do best and right in the future, that those values prevail. Now, thank you.
I would now like to give the floor to Ineta Dabasinskiana, the rector of Vytautas Magnus University. Ineta.
Labas rytas, good morning, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, Vice Minister, dear colleagues, students, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Vytautas Magnus University was re-established in 1989 as an island of freedom. From its very beginning, it was a non-hierarchical university and not Soviet in nature, but rather a place where freedom of thought and academic freedom were cherished as essential values, and this remains true today. Our university, as an institution grounded in principles of tolerance and equality, where students are encouraged to approach issues critically and thoughtfully. Over time, we have created a unique academic environment in which both teachers, scholars, and students can be themselves without fear of judgment, exclusion, or intimidation. I mention this because the theme of this conference is of great importance to us. The changing political environment and the rise of authoritarianism that we witness in many countries are matters of deep concern. We have learned difficult lessons through occupations, years of Soviet rule, and their devastating consequences. For us, freedom and democracy are lifelines without which we cannot and do not wish to exist. This explains our deep solidarity with Ukraine, which began long before the full-scale invasion and led to establish the Ukrainian Center at our university immediately after the February 2022 attacks. Ukrainian students and scholars are at home with us. They are part of our community, and we do everything we can to support them as future contributors to the rebuilding of free and sovereign Ukraine after the war. The rise of authoritarianism is not entirely new. In this part of the world, history has taught us to recognize such threats early and to take them seriously. What may be new today is the scale and sophistication with which authoritarian tendencies spread across societies, deepen polarization, and undermine trust in democratic life. We are witnessing growing challenges to the principles on which open and democratic societies are built. At the same time, our historical experience reminds us that democracy cannot be defeated by abandoning freedom, human dignity, the rule of law, and respect of human rights. These are not weaknesses of democracy, but its greatest strength. For countries such as Lithuania, history has also taught us that when facing major threats and powerful forces, isolation is never the answer. Alliances, solidarity, and mutual trust among democratic societies remain indispensable. Even smaller nations are not without agency or responsibility. We may not determine the course of global politics alone, but we do have a duty to defend the principles that sustain free societies and contribute to their preservation. Many of our staff members and students are actively engaged in civic society organizations. For us, this is a natural part of our role within Lithuanian society. We also welcome civil society activists from countries where democracy does not exist or is under serious threat, offering them a place within our community where they can continue their work, strengthen their knowledge and skills, and we hope eventually continue their activities in their home countries. Considering all this, we support the conference and the work of the Andrei Sakharov Research Center for Democratic Development at our university as an academic initiative and as an important moral responsibility. Today, the center stands not merely as a beacon of democracy, but also as a beacon of conscience, the place where intellectual freedom is inseparably from ethical reflection and human responsibility. By preserving and advancing the legacy of Andrei Sakharov, and later this year, also reflecting on the legacy of Leonidas Donskis, the center reminds us of something profoundly important. Democracy is not sustained by institutions alone. It also depends on our ability to preserve humanity, empathy, critical thought, and moral courage, especially in difficult times. What makes this conference particularly valuable is that it creates space for meaningful dialogue among scholars, decision makers, civil society representatives, and of course, younger generation of researchers. It becomes a forum where important questions are examined together. Therefore, I would like to wish all participants open and meaningful discussions that would cross academic and scholarly boundaries, and that strengthen not only our knowledge, but also our sense of shared responsibility. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is probably one of the most challenging conferences I ever organized. Not because we've lost the skill of organizing conferences where everything is obsessively in time, and we try to fit a large number of presentations into a short time span. To the contrary, I think that after some 24 conferences and large-scale events that we organized since the establishment of the Andrei Sakharov Research Center for Democratic Development in 2017, we have shown that we've been able to keep our level pretty consistently. The reason in this case is different. The reason is that no day passes or something quite substantial happens in the world. Substantial in the meaning of disturbing, challenging, or even shocking. Substantial to such an extent that every time we needed to revisit our program and see whether adjustments were necessary to reconnect with the reality outside. We are in the 5th year of the full-scale war in Ukraine, with by now more than 1 million dead, missing in action, and wounded. And that is not an exaggeration. Unfortunately, the war is reaching proportions that we could not have guessed even 5 years ago. I remember that when the war started after Maidan in 2014, the idea that Russians and Ukrainians would be shooting at each other seemed outlandish. And now it's not only a daily reality, but it has become a key element on both sides. The Russians are still sending wave after wave of cannon fodder into the meat grinder, mainly people from ethnic minorities, but also emptying not only prisons, but even institutions for people with intellectual disability. And on the Ukrainian side, the openly mentioned target is to kill more Russians than mobilization can provide. But then we also have a war in the Middle East, unleashed by a US president without a plan, seemingly going in mostly out of bravado and the wish to prove that he is the best ever. We have China that clearly is preparing for a forced reunification of Taiwan with the mainland, and we have, again by the current US president, claims to countries he doesn't possess, a hijacking of a foreign leader, and last but not least, a totally new reality here in Europe. Oh, and then of course we have climate change, which you can try to deny, but at the same time is a ticking time bomb, whether you deny it or not. And also AI, which is rapidly overtaking us. Who knows, it will even eventually make mankind redundant. And, well, maybe it's enough for now. We're in a whirlwind of time, and I don't think I've ever lived in a more challenging and disturbing period. And mind you, I'm old enough to have lived through the later part of the Cold War period. I've seen from rather close by what the Soviet system did to people, and I felt the political tension in the 1980s when the United States was putting Tomahawk cruise missiles in Europe and the Soviets responded with the SS-20. And when it seemed that the nuclear confrontation between West and East was still a real possibility. However, I was also a kid who grew up in the belief that the United States was the beacon of democracy, that after the liberation of Europe, they would guard us against Soviet occupation, and that the United States was the land of the free. This belief was extra strong in my family, as I was born in Canada, but then grew up in the Netherlands. However, in the Netherlands, I lived in a very American environment because my parents were keen to return to North America, to which they had emigrated in 1951. They wanted their kids to be ready for going home. For my parents, North America was a sort of Valhalla, whether it was Canada or the United States, and that feeling trickled down to the children. But also in school, kids were raised with the same notion of Americans as our liberators. And when going on holiday through Germany, you would invariably see American military convoys, and some towns, German towns, like Fulda, were more American than German. And it's actually thanks to these Americans that McDonald's appeared in Europe. For Lithuania, being a brave country that dared to tell the Soviets to get their ass out, and paid for this considerably, the belief that the United States would protect was even stronger. I remember how Bush was feted when Lithuania joined NATO. The impossible had become reality. Finally, Lithuania was free and forever protected against a new Russian occupation. So how difficult is it to see and to accept that this reality has changed fundamentally? Not only is the varnish gone from the carefully created image of America as the beacon of democracy and the land of the free, but together with it is gone the firm belief that whatever comes our way, the United States will be on our side. Ukrainians have learned that the hard way, and I think they deserve the utmost admiration for not having given up and succumbed to depression, but did rather the impossible to continue their war against the invader with a quickly disappearing support from the United States and a rather treasonous siding with Putin's Russia. It must be a very difficult moment when you see that your main ally switches sides and basically joins your lethal enemy. Because let's be real, without going into conspiracy theories, one thing is clear. The current US administration does not have a policy based on morals and values, but bases its policy purely on money. To put it simple, we're dealing with an administration run by a rather crooked real estate broker and his buddies who see the world as a large version of the Bronx, where you can twist people's arms and get what you want with shady deals, with threats and not very legal ways of coercion. This is now the reality, and that reality is not going away. Many people still hope that this will end in 2.5 years from now. It will not. The damage inflicted by this US administration will take a very long time to repair, if ever. The erratic behavior of the current president, who has a rather false image of his greatness and who has a tendency to behave like an elephant in a china shop, is not the general line of US foreign policy. While he ricochets and has meltdowns almost on a daily basis, a rather consistent US policy has developed, which will be implemented, however crazy the president might get. And this policy sets a totally new reality. And that reality will also be the basis for the next administrations, whether Republican or Democrat. Forget about issues like Greenland or the concept of the 51st state, whether this is supposed to be Canada or Venezuela. US foreign policy is now fundamentally different. The United States has set course to a much more aggressive and rather imperialist policy that is no longer focused on Europe. That is already difficult to digest, but it's actually even worse. The United States is definitely no longer the beacon of democracy and might actually develop into a threat to our own democratic world, which is firmly based on the rule of law. It sides with authoritarian rulers and dictators, not out of political convictions, but purely for opportunistic reasons. Values have been thrown overboard. It's all about money, about facades, about what we nicely call bling bling, the pretense of power and wealth that hides a total lack of understanding of class, of quality, of values, and of decency. This means that we in Europe will have to recalibrate and see how we can take that role upon ourselves at our own cost and without any big daddy as a backup plan. There is a positive side to this. Every crisis is an opportunity. It's an opportunity to reconfirm our convictions and beliefs, our moral norms and values, to form new alliances, and to use the strength of a succinct national identity, a belief that the French philosopher Jean-Ernest Renan put in his 1882 essay, What is a Nation? Avoir fait de grandes choses ensemble, vouloir en faire encore. Having done great things together and still wishing to do more. A recent study by the Bertelsmann Foundation showed that an overwhelming majority of 73% of Europeans believe that Europe should take its own course, independent from the United States. According to the same study, no less than 77% of Europeans want more independence from China, even though it might hurt economically. These figures are confirmed by the Eurobarometer, which indicates that 75% of Europeans feel themselves European. 81% want a collective European defense and security policy. 82% is in favor of the euro. These figures were never so high before. And I think what many Americans do not realize, especially those who do not travel internationally, is to what extent they are now viewed negatively. Yet while this new reality boosts the European identity, bringing back the elan and the vigor of the founders of the European Union, we must also realize that this new US policy has a devastating effect on civil society, both in Europe and in the United States, and beyond. 50 years after the development of the Helsinki groups in the then USSR, of Charter 77 in Czechoslovakia, KOR in Poland, and then in 1980, the amazing rise of Solidarność, we see that the civil society is under direct and existential threat. My guess is that in the coming years, half of the non-governmental organizations will disappear. And the reason is simple. Funding is consistently limited, authorities don't like vocal citizens and groups that challenge their policy, and authoritarianism is on the rise, not only in Europe, but globally. Also, the organization that organized this conference, the Sakharov Center and the Global Initiative on Psychiatry, are under direct threat. And you can imagine when critical voices like ours disappear. No discussions, no debates, no agreeing to disagree. What will be left are sycophants who only repeat what the authorities want them to repeat. And is that why we fought the Soviet Empire? My whole life I've been dealing with mental health. My expertise is in the field of political abuse of psychiatry, the internment of dissidents in psychiatric hospitals as a means to silence them. I deal with issues related to medical ethics and the not so popular areas of forensic psychiatry and prison mental health. And even though I'm a Sovietologist and not a mental health professional, almost 50 years in the field has told me a lot about psychopathology. And one aspect is a fundamental one. Psychopaths are not treatable. Any treatment is for them only a chance to learn, to become a better psychopath. A very interesting book, on basis of which a less interesting film was developed, is titled The Psychiatrist and the Nazi. It's about the experience of an American psychiatrist, Douglas Kelly, who had to observe and diagnose the 22 Nazi defendants in Nuremberg in 1946. He developed a special bond with Hermann Göring, a highly intelligent, yet totally immoral Nazi, and this bond runs so deep that eventually in the 1950s, Kelly commits suicide with Siankali, just like Göring did shortly before he was hanged. This is food for psychoanalysts. After his experience in Nuremberg, Kelly wrote that having been around the Nazi defendants convinced him that also in the United States, a Nazi-type regime would be possible. And that the main problem in the United States is that, and I quote him, the average emotional age level of the American people is appallingly low. I hate to say it, I'm almost afraid to admit it. Everything we know seems to indicate that the emotional age of the great number of Americans lies somewhere between 5 and 7 years. And then he added, if we elevate that to the level of 15 years, then we are safe as a people and as a nation. And this is exactly what we see. A large part of the American population believes in the utter nonsense that is brought to them via social media thanks to AI. They believe in the greatness of Donald Trump as the best president ever. They believe in Melania being the least controversial First Lady. They buy the Donald Trump and Melania Trump Holy Bibles, and they think that turning the reflecting pool between the Lincoln Memorial and the Washington Monument into a blue swimming pool is actually a brilliant idea. The problem is that many Western politicians still believe that buttering up to Trump will solve their problem. They do not realize that with psychopaths, this has a totally opposite effect. Any praise for whatever stupid idea he comes up will only embolden him and confirm his belief that he is the best president ever. In reality, the opposite is true. Standing up to him, just letting his blabbing slide off of you like rain on a nano surface, makes him insecure and keep his mouth shut. And there are several examples of politicians who did and are doing just that, ranging from the Canadian Prime Minister, Carney, to Pope Leo XIV, the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, and even the Chinese totalitarian leader Li Peng. One of the organizations that I lead, this Global Initiative on Psychiatry, was founded in 1980 to lead the fight against the political abuse of psychiatry in the USSR and in other countries. In the early 1990s, we had 2 Romanian board members, both from the Association of Free Romanian Psychiatrists. And they were asked to leave the board because they openly advocated for psychiatric assessment of politicians, which was, in our view, a misuse of psychiatry. This is still a highly debatable issue, in particular because we advocate for equality, for equal rights for people with disability, and for adherence to the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disability, to which many countries have signed up, including Lithuania. Persons with mental illness should be able to participate in society equally. And on our board, we always have at least one person with lived experience, and their opinion is valued equally and is sometimes the sanest decision you can think of. Like again, psychopathology is different. As a colleague of mine always says, and he is with us here in the audience, calling people like Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump mentally ill is an insult to people with mental illness. Being a psychopath is untreatable, and when it concerns a leader, it is a threat to all of us. Both Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump belong to this category. Undoubtedly, one of the factors why they actually get along quite nicely. Yet it seems that we are living in the age of psychopathic leaders who have managed to break down the whole security system on which collaboration, security and peace was founded in Europe. It is like an infectious disease. When Berlusconi came to power in Italy in the mid-1990s and then again at the beginning of the century, we were appalled. And there was much noise about his bunga bunga parties and his sexual relationship with a 17-year-old prostitute. But when we watch some of the current leaders, we see that Berlusconi was nothing but a pure amateur. He was only the beginning of a downward spiral that has gripped many countries and seriously threatened our freedom and our existence. One thing is certain, we are living in extraordinary historical times. This is the period that our children will later refer to, just like our parents, my parents, did when they told us that we were weaklings. We were not like the war generation, the generation that was strong and resilient. It could be worse. The year 536 was much worse than now, with a volcano eruption that resulted in serious climate change, bad harvests, hunger, and to make it worse, the plague. A plague. Yes, it can be worse. Yet in any case, to survive this period, one needs to be resilient and maintain belief that democracy will prevail, that values and morals do count, and that our lives will not be taken over by the Musks and the Bezoses of this world, and that we will not become redundant because of AI. I know it's hard, and reality hits us every day, in particular when you live in Ukraine and you are hit by hundreds of Shaheeds and missiles almost every day, and the world seems to have forgotten about you. But if we lose hope, then we are indeed lost, and that should not happen. The image you see on the screen is for me a symbol of hope. Our house, our safety has been hit, but the bomb did not explode. We're hit repeatedly, but our house still stands, and it can be repaired and be beautiful again. But it will be different. My friend, Semyon Gluzman, maintained his belief in decency and morals till the very end of his life. I would like to take this opportunity and continue into the next part of our program, remembering Semyon Gluzman. Slava for friends. This is the second time I have to talk in public about Semyon Gluzman in the past tense. And I can tell you it's definitely not easier. Slava was my closest friend. For 38 years, he was my brother in arms. He was my educator, and he was an integral part of my life. Slava was family, probably even more than that. And with his passing away, I have something lost that I cannot even start to understand. For most people, Slava is probably by now just a name, a person from the past, a distant figure who did heroic things a long time ago and was mostly known because of his constant criticism of those in power. Indeed, Slava was a hero, and he was critical, almost by definition. But he was much more than that, and I would like to explain why he was such a unique person, one that we all should be proud of, and a person that Ukraine as a country should be proud of, a country that he so much loved, but that so often failed to respect him the way he deserved. Semyon Gluzman was in world psychiatry a unique personality. Born in Kiev out of a Jewish-Ukrainian intellectual family, he took the Hippocratic Oath seriously at a time when in his country doctors swore the oath of the Soviet doctor and not the Hippocratic Oath. In 1971, he openly exposed the system of political abuse of psychiatry by writing a diagnosis in absentia of General Petro Grigorenko, another Ukrainian hero who was twice committed to a special psychiatric hospital for publicly voicing his criticism of Soviet power and defending the Crimean Tatars. This courageous act resulted in Slava's arrest and subsequent sentencing to 7 years of camp and 3 years of exile at a very young age of 24. When in 1988, Petro Grigorenko was posthumously rehabilitated, Slava was called to the general procurator in Moscow. And when he entered the room, the man exclaimed, "You're still so young." To which Slava responded, "Yes, you arrested me very young." Slava was a true hero during his time in camp. He was one of the most active and vocal political prisoners, and as a result became quite famous in the West. He was elected as a member of the British Royal College of Psychiatrists, became a distinguished fellow of the American Psychiatric Association, a member of the Canadian Psychiatric Association, of the German Psychiatric Association, and in France a hospital was named after him. He was famous because of his heroism, yet when you read his memoirs, you read about an ordinary human being with all his fears and anxieties and without any pathos. And that is what made Slava so unique, because throughout his life, he remained down to earth, living in a very simple apartment on the 15th floor of in the Kiev district of Abalon, without any interest in wealth, honors, or being part of high society. He remained himself, never abandoned his convictions, however uncomfortable they might be for his surroundings, and above all, for himself. His apartment was for many years the breeding ground for mental health reform in the whole region. This started as early as 1990, 1991, when we would gather around his kitchen table with people like the Moscow lawyer Svetlana Polubinskaya, who wrote the first human rights law based on human rights in the USSR, and the St. Petersburg psychiatrist Yuri Nuller, who survived 9 years of Kalima. This is where he conceptualized the basis of the Ukrainian Psychiatric Association, founded in early 1991, not as a dissident organization, but as an association that would bridge the enormous gap between the opponents of political abuse of psychiatry and the leadership of Ukrainian psychiatry that wanted to make a clear break with the Soviet past. Slava's approach was unique and not always understood by many of his fellow former political prisoners, but he believed that only this way psychiatry could be pulled out of the horrors of the Soviet past. All the years that we battled, against all odds, were the years that formed this strong bond between the two of us. We started with nothing, gradually building up momentum. Slava opened the offices of the Ukrainian Psychiatric Association at the Pavlov Psychiatric Hospital in Kiev. We established a library, truly the first normal psychiatric library in the former USSR, with thousands of books that were collected in Amsterdam from all over the world and then brought in by truck. We bought a professional printing press and published 139 books in Ukrainian and Russian, translations of the most important Western professional literature in psychiatry, mental health, human rights, and law. We even published the first Ukrainian edition of Anne Frank's diary. In 1996, we were accused of printing false US dollars and were raided by the Ukrainian police, but then rescued by the Secret Service SBU and the diplomatic corps in Ukraine, after which we moved the printing press out of the Pavlov Hospital and continued at a different address until the late 1910s. There are too many stories to tell, and I realize that now I have the duty to put these stories to paper so that they will not be forgotten. But one thing I can assure you, Slava never personally benefited from this whirlwind of activity, but spent most of his money on helping others, often resulting in him being without funds to feed himself. His dedication was unmatched and remained such until the day he died, when during the full-scale invasion in March 22, the Russian army came to only several kilometers away from his home, and we tried to convince him to seek shelter elsewhere. He refused point blank. "This is my home," he said. "This is my freedom." And in this apartment, behind his desk, I watched him year in, year out, writing articles, putting his thoughts to paper, or reading news, and sometimes in the middle of the night when his soul was tormented and he could not catch his sleep. Abroad, Slava was recognized for what he was, a true hero, a human being, a mensch. Yet in Ukraine, throughout the years, his relationship with authorities was often tense. They were afraid of his criticism, afraid of his uncompromising attack on anything that could reek of compromise or corruption. Slava was a free person who could not be intimidated, not by anybody, ranging from a low-level bureaucrat to the president of the country. He was unique in that perspective and taught me how to make use of the system but never be swallowed up by it. I understand for authorities these type of people are disconcerting, even dangerous, but his character and the 10 years behind bars made him immune for these kind of situations, and any threat would only harden his position. He would openly say that the king was without clothes, something very few people dare to do. And he accepted the consequences and would say it again and again. Over the past years, we often sat at the kitchen table on the 15th floor, sipping wine, talking about the people we had known and who already passed away. We told ourselves that we were the young kids on the block and that we still had many years ahead. But unfortunately, health, and I'm sure the war, did not give us the time that we so much hoped to have. Slava passed away, but that notion has not yet sunk in, and it will take a long time to accept this as a fact of life. I hope I will have the time to write down our common history, because it needs to be preserved, the history of a unique person who did so much for others, a person with a brilliant mind and a great sense of humor, and above all, a person who always remained himself, and a person who saw that the king was without clothes, while others preferred to remain blind. May I now give the floor to Slava's daughter, Yulia Pievska.
Yes, this is summer me. Good morning, everyone. In this hall, there are people who knew Slava for many years, who were his friends and colleagues for a long time. There are also people who didn't know him personally, but may have heard about him. Robert has already shared his story, and now I would like to add a few words of my own. And together we are trying to assemble this mosaic so that by listening to us, you may see the person whom we knew and loved. I hope we will succeed. Of course, we have tons of pictures, and I have selected just a few to tell you something about our life. And unfortunately, there is simply not enough time to tell more and to tell the story behind every photo. Yes, this is my first slide, and you can see in this first photo my young parents. When on release from the camp, Slava had come to the small village of Nizhnya Tavda in the Tyumen region in Siberia, where he was required to spend another 3 years in exile. My mother, who was 26 years old at that time, she left Kiev, our home city, came to him alone, then returned to Kiev, packed our stuff, took me with her, and together we came back to join him there. Yes, here we are together. I'm six and a half, and we had only recently met. You know, my dad and I first met when I was 6, and before that he had been in prison. And I'm endlessly grateful to my mother for her decision to take me to Siberia with her, because everything could have turned out differently, as my Kiev grandparents and other relatives of mine had begged her to leave her child in a comfortable hometown and not to take her to Siberia, into unknown, but of course, according to the relatives, terrible conditions. But she didn't give up, and I'm very happy about that. This was how I spent 3 wonderful years with my parents, which would never have happened if I have stayed in Kiev. Some of you may remember that Slava when he was talking about the camp, he was jokingly, at least I hope jokingly, used to say that there were the best years of his life, next to friends, formally locked up, but still absolutely free internally. And I can say the same about our life in exile. There were 3 wonderful years of my childhood. Sorry. So this is a pretty funny photo. Of course, I don't remember how it was organized, how it's happened, but apparently some small plot of land was allocated, and my parents decided to plant potatoes. You know, 2 people from Kiev, 2 absolutely urban people who had never dealt with farming in their lives, decided to grow potatoes. But, you know, people say that beginners are lucky, and the harvest was unbelievably good. At the same time, the rest of the Soviet Union suffered from unbelievably bad harvest. So my father packed several parcels of potatoes and sent them to the city of Khorki, to Andrei Dmitrievich Sakharov. And of course, Andrei Dmitrievich never received those parcels. Some formal reply arrived from the post office saying that the packages had been lost, And then for a very long time, my father kept writing complaints to the postal service. He knew how to fight the enemy using their own weapons. Endless, tedious, bureaucratic correspondence. Robert, you see, between these photos lies an entire lifetime. And it was a life filled with ideas, struggles, projects, meetings, laughter and sadness, endless conversation in the kitchen, memoirs, the white wine that you love, and the red wine that he loved. It was an extraordinary friendship. And you know, you were not only his friend, you became his younger brother. And sometimes I think perhaps the older brother instead. Robert, of course, you always knew this, but I want to say it once again. There was no person closer to Slava than you. Thank you. And speaking about friendship and friends, I would also like to say a few words about another very close person who filled my father's life with warmth and light. And this is Lesia Harchenko. You will see a short movie when Slava is telling about his trauma, and this movie is made by Lesia. And in this photo, he's together with Lesia, who is a great filmmaker of amazing documentary films. Lesia, you gave him so much kindness, understanding, and warmth, so much support. Thank you, my dear friend and my sister. Another one funny photo. This photo, I called it Summer Santa. It was taken by me on my phone in August 2018. When the second edition of his book was published, he personally took the books to the post office and mailed them to people. But first, the book had to be picked up from the office, and I usually did it in my car. Here he came to collect another batch, and I just said, wait a second. Let me take a picture of you and this huge trash bag full of your books. This is my last photo for this speech. This is an empty room, his room. I took this photo just a few days before leaving for here. And when I went to my parents' apartment to take some of his books, I walked in and out of habit said, "Hi, it's me." And then I said also, "Soon I will be in Vilnius telling people a little about our life. I hope I can do it well and that people will find it interesting." Of course, nobody answered me. Of course, I hoped that he would. Thank you for listening.
Can we now have the video of Slava?
Вероятно, это особенная какая-то травма, потому что она была очень длительной. Все-таки 7 лет в лагерях, этапы. Она состояла из разных кусочков. Травматизации некоторые были очень страшные этапы. Например, этапирование в Советском Союзе. Я был травмирован, я помню себя, я проявлял некоторые особенности, потому что я очень тяжело сидел. Понимаете, когда мы говорим, что там, человек отсидел 2 года или 9 лет или 25 лет, тут же надо еще думать о том, как человек сидел. Он ждал освобождения 25 лет? Или он участвовал в сопротивлении в лагерях? Я активно участвовал в сопротивлении. И мне было, с одной стороны, тяжело, потому что нужно было каждый день помнить, кому я дал какой документ, где его переписывает писарь. Это же все в лагере под контролем КГБ. Все было не так просто, как я рассказываю. Но ситуативно это было очень тяжело. Но, с другой стороны, я так спасался. Потому что я ведь был арестован не за террористическую деятельность, а чисто профессиональную. Я захотел сказать вслух о том, что психиатрия в СССР грязная. На примере одного конкретного человека. Когда я вернулся в Киев, все было страшнее, потому что если я иногда встречал своих знакомых на улице, они переходили на другую сторону. Тем более я еще был шумным диссидентом. Я много писал, и обо мне много говорили по всяким голосам. Ну, в газете «Известия», когда я был в ссылке, была статья, где меня обозвали прожженным уголовником. Ну, председатель колхоза посмотрел на меня и сказал: ну, ты таки похож на уголовника. Ну, я не знал, что это травма. Понимаете? Я не знал, что это травма. Это была моя жизнь. Меня преследовал один и тот же сон. Зона, в которой я сидел. Обычно так происходило. Подходили там 3 или 2 или 4 прапорщика, брали на этап, говорили с вещами: собирайте вещи, идите в жилую зону и на этап. И вот меня ведут на этап. Через несколько минут я должен уже выйти за пределы зоны и сесть в эту зэковскую машину, автозак. И я с ужасом вспоминаю, что я приготовил несколько очень серьезных документов, КСИФ, как мы называли тогда. И никто из моих друзей и соратников не знает, где я их спрятал. Это было страшнее, чем продолжение срока, если бы не... Потому что, ну, ответственность. Я подготовил, я участвовал, со мной работали люди. Эти КСИВы должны быть переданы на волю, а потом из Москвы или из Киева на Запад. И вот я обрываю, не по своей вине. Ну и представьте себе, с большей или меньшей интенсивностью, где-то около года, вот я спал таким образом. В Советском Союзе огромное количество людей прошло через ГУЛАГ, и пострашнее, чем то, что пережил я. И никто никогда не говорил о возможности реабилитации, посттравматическом синдроме. Не потому, что даже мы, советские психиатры, не пользовались такой терминологией. Можно было по-разному это называть, но здесь, даже когда ты выходил на волю, травматизация не прекращалась. Каждый день, каждую ночь человек ждал, возьмут опять или не возьмут, напомнят или не напомнят. И только в горбачевские времена некоторые бывшие сталинские узники рассказали, я просто знал этих людей, рассказали своим детям и внукам, где они провели молодость. Это не страх за себя, это был страх за следующее поколение, которое не должно было страдать, и лучше было для них не знать. Это особенности Советского Союза. Реабилитация как таковая не могла быть у людей, которые прошли через лагеря. Это было естественное угасание травмы в условиях, когда травматизация постепенно прекращалась. На самом деле действительно спасало то, что рядом со мной были близкие, которых у меня раньше не было. И тут речь же не о сексе, а о том, что просто была какая-то такая моральная и прочая поддержка. Мы были вместе, я был не один. И, с одной стороны, это было страшнее для меня, потому что у меня появились заложники. У меня не было заложников. Я был не женат, старики-родители, они уже были пенсионеры. И однажды лагерный КГБист мне сказал: да, Семен, с вами тяжело, у вас нет заложников. У меня уже появились заложники. Ну, потому что ссылка и потом возвращение в Киев – это Советский Союз тот же. И самая тяжелая травматизация, как ни странно, была, когда я вернулся из ссылки и из лагеря в Киев. Советский Киев, еще Брежневский Киев. Но это был самый страшный период. Мы тогда так не могли думать даже, но это была агония. Это была война в Афганистане, это был арестованный, высланный в Горький с женой Сахаров. Это были вторые, третьи аресты у многих диссидентов. Я думаю, что неважно, какая травматизация, по интенсивности, по характеру, что делать? Продолжать жить. Нужно помнить, что жизнь не закончилась. Она будет продолжаться. Она будет разной. Но травма гаснет постепенно. Для того, чтобы травма угасала быстрее, нужно прилепиться сердцем к кому-то. Если не было семьи, то нужно создать семью. Ну, не обязательно же идти в ЗАГС и регистрироваться. Не об этом идет речь. Человек должен помнить, и мужчина, и женщина, что есть куда возвращаться. Но если мама есть, пусть это будет мама. Но человек должен знать, что есть куда возвращаться, где тебя согреют.
Can I ask Tatiana Yankelevich to come to the stage?
Thank you. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Yulia. And thank you, Lesia, for this wonderful tribute to Semyon Glusman, Slava, as I first heard of him, and as I continued to call him when I first met him in 2017 at the Sakharov concert in Odessa. I will, in my brief remarks, I will share with you a few entries in the diary that my parents, Andrei Sakharov and Elena Bonner, put together thanks to my mother's efforts, that came out in 2006, only in Russian so far, and probably that would stay the same unless it is translated to Ukrainian. I don't foresee it to be translated to other languages. It's a difficult reading, and I think it conveys how much, what an important place among all political prisoners and people that they have met in their life was taken by Slava Glusman. and you will recognize a few episodes that were already referred to. In 1972, the next day after my parents, my stepfather, Andrei Sakharov, and my mother, Elena Bonner, were married in Moscow, they left for Kiev, where they were scheduled to meet with Viktor Nekrasov, and also were hoping to make an acquaintance of a young man who stood behind the expertise in absentia of General Petro Grigorenko, and that was Slava Glusman. This was their honeymoon, so to speak. It was a honeymoon of 2 days in Kiev. And this is what my mother wrote in the diary. In the evening, Andrei and I left for Kiev, and although the trip was necessitated by the need to meet with Viktor Nekrasov, it turned out to be something of a honeymoon before us. At the hotel, Andrei presented our passports, bearing fresh marriage stamps, affixed just the day before, to the very same desk clerk. She's referring to the administrator of the hotel who refused to put them in the same room just a week before that, who remembered the altercation between the altercation with my mother, who insisted that they are a man and wife. She offered us a somewhat flustered congratulations and allowed us to share the same room for the night. At Nekrasov's home, we met Slava Glusman. That evening, he walked us to the train station. We took an immediate liking to him. In fact, he instantly won the hearts of us both. Yet, at that time, she says, we knew nothing of his heroic deed, the in absentia psychiatric examination of Pyotr Grigorievich Grigorenko. Then in 1978, when Slava was already in prison and about to be sent into exile, Sakharov makes this entry in his diary. I wrote Glusman's day, День Glusmana. He is being transported to a new camp destination, and he has declared a dry hunger strike. And a footnote to this entry. That was May 12, 1978. Glusman's Day was an appeal to psychiatrists of the World Psychiatrists Association to demand the release of Semyon Glusman. After several other entries that I will omit, I want to refer to the visit to Tavda, where Slava was in exile, has just arrived in exile. In 1979, my mother traveled to Tavda to visit him. She writes, I was accompanied by Zhenya Tsirlin, a Jewish refusenik, and unfortunately, this photograph does not exist in digital format because he's speaking to my mother. You may see the sleeve of her jacket over here. So I cannot show the two of them in conversation, but Zhenya Tsirlin took that photograph when they were visiting Slava. This trip was undertaken in order to help erase his recovery from a hunger strike he had undertaken while being transported to Tavda. She writes, we brought juices, food, vitamins, and various personal items. We helped him find a room and get somewhat settled. In Tyumen, they attempted to detain us, employing their standard tactic, canceling the buses. However, for 50 rubles, which was an enormous amount of money at the time, we managed to hitch a ride on a massive dump truck. Later, in 1991, Ivanenko, then the head of the Tyumen regional KGB, and now a prominent oil tycoon, confessed to me that he had received a severe dressing down from his superiors in Moscow for failing to turn me away. Later, my sister-in-law, Lisa, also made a couple of trips to Tavda to help Slava. And finally, the episode with the sacks of potatoes that Yulia described. Sakharov wrote, 4 parcels containing potatoes arrived from Glusman. This is the second time around. And Slava writes about it as well. Sakharov sent a telegram to Glusman, and my son translated the poem that Sakharov wrote. I will give you a 2-liner of that poem. Такие, получив посылки, не заскучаешь даже в ссылке. My son has translated into English, and of course it is a longer one because I asked him to keep the rhyme. So here it is in English. Your package has arrived. How sweet! To be in receipt of such a treat would pick you up even when you're down, exiled in this bitter gray town. So here are the very few reminiscences of Slava by my parents, but I want to share with you his memoir that he wrote at my request for the collection of memoirs about Elena Bonner, which came out in 2017. The book is called Andrei Sakharov, Elena Bonner, and Friends. Life was typical, tragic, and beautiful. I will have to shorten it down to stay within the format of my remarks. But this is what Slava wrote. First, there was a name. It surfaced in a conversation with Viktor Platonovich Nekrasov, or perhaps in some samizdat documents. Then came a voice on Radio Liberty or the BBC. A little later, there appeared some vile filth in a Soviet newspaper. Vile, repulsive filth directed at a human being, at a woman, with a blatant emphasis on her ethnic origin. In November 71, we met in person. I think he's mistaken. It could not have been before 1972 when they were married and traveled to Kiev. Kiev railway station. Viktor Nekrasov introduced me to Elena Georgievna and Andrei Dmitrievich. By that time, I had already authored their in absentia psychiatric evaluation of General Grigorenko. Upon seeing me, Elena Georgievna said something with great emotion. Its true significance I only grasped 2 years later, already confined in the 38th penal colony in the Urals. I had not signed my document regarding Grigorenko. I was afraid. I desperately did not want to go to prison. Sakharov and Bonner had intended to ask the author, that is Slava, to affix his name to the work. Instead, Elena Georgievna exclaimed, "My God, what a boy, such a young boy." All around us stood a group of young KGBs, men, tall, sturdy, cut from the same cloth, each of them intently reading a newspaper. We had a conversation about psychiatry with Elena Georgievna and Andrei Dmitrievich. Afterward, Nekrasov and I escorted them to their car. In his characteristic physics manner, measured and precise, Andrei Dmitrievich expressed his opinion of my document, declaring it superb, превосходный. I was overjoyed. Sakharov himself has praised me. My next meeting with Elena Georgievna took place 8 years later. 2 or 3 days after I had been transported to my place of exile, she flew out to visit me in Siberia. She brought with her various necessities, food, and a small shortwave radio. She also brought me a vital piece of information that he might be exchanged for some Soviet spy. This turned out to be not so. I will omit a couple of paragraphs here. Having quickly adapted to life in exile, I began calling Moscow frequently. specifically Andrei Dmitrievich and Elena Georgievna. With no private telephone in our collective farm dormitory, I would walk to the post office and place my calls to Moscow from there. My relationship with the Ukrainian KGB was complicated, which is why I was not permitted to fly to Kiev for my vacations. Otherwise, I would have certainly stopped in Moscow to see my dear friends. My 3 years of exile had come to an end. We were returning to Kiev via Moscow. I paid a visit to Elena Georgievna as well. It was a somber day. Andrei Dmitrievich was in Gorky exile, arrests continued, and the regime in the camps was growing harsher. We sat for a long time, talking about the past, for there was no future. Elena Georgievna was composed and calm. She said, "Tomorrow I'm leaving for Gorky, and I'm taking a lot of letters from different countries to Andrei." I seized upon the word letters. I said to her, "None of us, former camp inmates, knows when we might be arrested again. During my 3 years of exile, I've accumulated a great many letters. Some were written from exile, others by people who had returned home, dozens of letters. Many are from soldiers of the Ukrainian resistance to Soviet rule, simple peasant sons who grew old serving their 25-year-old terms in prisons and camps. When they die, they will instantly vanish from history. We descendants are reasonably well known, but those men are utterly obscure. I beg you, Elena Georgievna, help me get all these letters to the West. I will bring them to you." She replied, "I will try, but bear in mind, Slava, times have changed. Foreign journalists and diplomats have learned to be afraid." I returned to Kiev, where I was denied residency registration, and subsequently this hindered my search for work. Apparently, they were preparing me for something, certainly not for an exchange for a Soviet spy. Having gathered all those sorrowful letters, I brought the package to Moscow. A few months later, when I came to visit Elena Georgievna again, she sat me for tea, brought me my package, and said bitterly, "I can't do it. Even I, the wife of academician Sakharov, am powerless. Hard to believe, but it happened. Diplomats and journalists fear the KGB even more than we do. Slava, you decide. Will you take it back to Kiev or leave it with me?" I left it with her. Eventually, she did manage to get this package, which posed such an extreme threat to the state security. Well, this is, of course, sarcastic mention. She managed to send it to the West, to Leonid Plush in France, and received a letter from him containing these words: "I read Ivan Svitlishny letters and I weep." Then came Gorbachev, an unexpected miracle of freedom. It seemed it will last forever. I arrived in Moscow, stopped by their place to offer a few warm words upon their return from exile, and stayed until morning. We spoke mainly about the past, still fresh and painful. We reminisced about friends and comrades, both those we knew personally and those we did not. These were the first weeks following their return to Moscow. That night, Elena Georgievna told me that, harboring no hope whatsoever, they had been scouting out a burial plot for themselves in Gorky. They understood that they would not be allowed back to Moscow, not even in death. I visited Moscow often. I would call Elena Georgievna. She was still the one to answer the phone to spare her husband. Sometimes I would drop by for a brief visit. I felt a sense of warmth in their company, a deep, comforting warmth. Andrei Dmitrievich's death found me in Germany. I was unable to say my goodbyes. Instead, I watched the funeral ceremony on German television. It was a time of profound melancholy. That was the first time I found myself contemplating our future, a future that promised to be anything but gentle. In 1991, at Sakharov Congress in Moscow, Elena Georgievna and I managed to have a brief conversation. She thanked me for my incisive presentation on the way the psychological aftermath of the Chernobyl catastrophe was being obscured by speculative psychiatric theories. There were other meetings as well, always in haste. There was much to be done. And I want to say that definitely Slava Gluzman did not waste any time to accomplish the life tasks he set for himself, and much was accomplished by him. And his memory will always be a blessing to all of us. Thank you very much.
Okay, I would like now to go to the next part of the program, which is celebrating the Helsinki groups in the former USSR. And I would like to invite to stage the first speaker, Miroslav Marinovic. Miroslav Marinovic is president of the Institute of Religion and Society at the Ukrainian Catholic University in Lviv, Ukraine. He was a founding member of the Ukrainian Helsinki Group and a prisoner of conscience from 1977 to 1987. Was later president of the Ukrainian Center of the PEN International and is now honorary president of the Ukrainian PEN Center. Miroslav.
Okay. Distinguished audience, the title of my talk is the role of the Helsinki movement in the transformation of Ukraine. On the eve of the Helsinki Accords, Ukrainian society was experiencing an ideological crisis. On the one hand, any attempts at armed or underground resistance were by then no longer feasible. On the other hand, the hope that the existing totalitarian system could be transformed into communism with a human face had also vanished. In Ukraine, the so-called Khrushchev thaw ended with two waves of arrests in 1965 and 1972, the victims of which were representatives of the freedom-loving creative intelligentsia. Therefore, it was not yet clear what forms future protest activities would take. And it was at this moment that the OSCE conference in Helsinki took place in 1875, unexpectedly opening up a new niche for the struggle for freedom. When signing the final act of the Helsinki Accords, Leonid Brezhnev was calm. His regime had no intention of paying attention to the third basket. It means respect for human rights. It was convinced that the aforementioned arrests had reliably cleansed society of any protest elements. Fortunately, however, Leonid Brezhnev miscalculated. His signature on this Helsinki document, which guaranteed respect for human rights, simply provoked a test of the extent to which the Soviet regime was complying with its commitments. Thus, within a year, 5 Helsinki groups appeared in the former Soviet Union. Moscow-Helsinki Group, May 1976, Ukrainian, November 1976, Lithuanian, November 1976, Georgian, January 1977, and Armenian Helsinki Group, April 1977. On November the 9th, 1976, Mykola Rudenko announced, the Ukrainian writer, announced the creation of the Ukrainian Helsinki Group to Western diplomats and journalists at the apartment of Alec Ginsburg in Moscow. It was not surprising that out of the first 10 founding members of the group, 6 had already served their previous prison terms during the Stalinist or Khrushchev periods, and 2 had been persecuted in the form of punitive psychiatry. Mykola Matosevich and I were the only 2 of the first 10 members of the Ukrainian Helsinki Group who were not heavily persecuted by the Soviet regime before joining the group. We were also the youngest. It was through the Ukrainian Helsinki groups that Ukrainian society at least attempted to apply for membership of the pan-European human rights community. A key factor was that the Helsinki groups were not underground organizations. We signed the declaration in our own names and provided our addresses. And this information was broadcast on Radio Liberty and other radio stations. Thus, the human rights movement in Ukraine opened up a space for qualitatively different, non-violent form of resistance to the Soviet regime. However, very soon, it became clear that non-underground groups were even more dangerous for the Soviet regime than those underground. After 3 months of hesitation, KGB decided to punish the first 4 members of Moscow and Ukrainian Helsinki groups for spreading anti-Soviet propaganda aiming at undermining of the Soviet state and social order. The guilt, considered according to the USSR Criminal Code to be the most dangerous state crime. During the next few years, authorities arrested 8 members of the Ukrainian Helsinki group, including me, and expelled from the country the other 2. The persecutions had not frightened the non-agreeing in Ukraine. Vice versa, they had mobilized a protesting part of Ukrainian society. As a result, during the 80s, the Ukrainian group experienced 2 more waves of membership, which were inevitably persecuted. It has been suggested that there were 41 members of the Ukrainian Helsinki group in total. Our group had never announced its dissolution and continued its activities either in a prison or abroad. It was especially moving that some political prisoners declared their membership in the group in detention, of course, risking to be arrested again. On July 7th, 1988, that is, in the times of Gorbachev's perestroika, some members of the Ukrainian Helsinki group declared the foundation of the Ukrainian Helsinki Union with clear political goals. The latter, in fact, was a prototype of a political party. Thus, in the history of Ukraine, the Helsinki movement took up the relay button from the underground movement and subsequently passed it on to legitimate political opposition activities during Gorbachev's perestroika and the struggle for independence. Therefore, the meaning and historical value of our documents lay not so much in their intellectual perfection as in the effect that they had, namely that they were expressed at the particular historical moment. The situation in the Soviet Union needed people who serve like a litmus test to illustrate the totalitarian nature of the Soviet regime. Statements by the various Helsinki groups cut through the silence and thus had an explosive effect. It is also important to assess the Helsinki movement from today's perspective, of course, as seen from my Ukrainian perspective. Without diminishing the significance of the first two baskets of the final act, it must be acknowledged that the third basket, with its human rights commitments, was the most transformative. Through it, European civilization spoke to the peoples behind the Soviet Iron Curtain with a powerful ethical appeal that inspired human hearts. Based on these values, new international structures grew and appropriate procedures were developed, which served as a great support for the new international security system. But 50 years later, it has turned out that the OSCE was simply not prepared for a situation in which the successor to the USSR, the Russian Federation, began to methodically destroy the aforementioned international security system. The OSCE procedures did not provide for sanctions against states that violate the fundamental principles of this organization. By launching a large-scale war against Ukraine, Russia violated all possible security agreements concluded with Ukraine and openly declared its ultimate goal, the dismantling of Ukrainian statehood and the destruction of Ukrainian identity as such. The Kremlin publicly announced to humanity another final solution to the national question, only this time not Jewish, but Ukrainian. And at this decisive historical moment, the OSCE failed to mount a strong protest against the radical breakdown of the international order. It turned out that the OSCE, like the UN Security Council, Red Cross, and other security structures that emerged after World War II, is practically paralyzed by its own procedures. These procedures no longer reflect its ethical foundations. Just as Nazi Germany's aggression buried the League of Nations, taking advantage of its inertia and helplessness, so Russia's aggression has undermined the reputation of the UN Security Council and the OSCE. Therefore, I urge everyone present to do everything possible to ensure that the existing international structures once again speaks the language of values, and in particular stands for the victims of aggression. Otherwise, the question mark that accompanies the main theme of our conference, authoritarianism on the rise, will have to be replaced with an affirmative exclamation mark. Thank you very much.
May I now ask to stage Thomas Venclova. Thomas Venclova is a poet, translator, literary scholar, and essayist. Graduated from Vilnius University, participated in dissident activities, and was a founding member of the Lithuanian Helsinki Group. In 1977, he emigrated to the United States, where he worked at Yale University and where he is now a professor emeritus. Since 2019, he has been living in Vilnius. His books have been published in more than 20 languages. Thomas, the floor is yours. Yes, but then we need a microphone. Can we have a microphone?
So, ladies and gentlemen, sorry, I would prefer to sit down. I hope you will pardon me for that. If 5 decades have passed from these events, they have become prehistory. They mark the most important shift in my biography. I am going to tell just sort of my personal reminiscences concerning Lithuanian Helsinki group. Around 1974, I felt that my life has reached a dead end. I did not try to become a renowned literary figure anymore. I had accepted that whatever I would write would only go to my desk drawer. However, like most, I could make a living from translations, and I could choose authors to translate, which would not offend neither my taste nor conscience. During the so-called mature socialism period, after the invasion of Czechoslovakia, it became exponentially harder to do so. Even translations could not provide shelter anymore. The vigilance of censorship increased significantly. Relations with publishing houses and the university began to fray. On the other hand, a different phenomenon appeared. Emigration gradually increased. The government understood that opponents could not only be imprisoned, but also pushed out of the country. They could cause trouble in their homeland, but in the West, they usually disappear without a trace. Many of my friends ended up on the other side of the wall, which enhanced the feeling of psychological emptiness. Not long after, I wrote a letter to the Lithuanian Communist Party Central Committee and sent it out on 9th of May 1975. It was the third letter of this type in Lithuania. In it I said, quote, since I don't have the possibility to work in the culture field in Lithuania, I want to emigrate, unquote. I explained what I thought of the communist ideology and its total reign. I made sure the letter was open. That means it would reach the West. It was clear to those around me and to myself that the idea to emigrate, at least in my case, was crazy. And still I did what I could, because I knew there was no way back. My friends abroad managed to make a fuss. Experience had shown that such things usually help, if only a bit. Not long after, news emerged that quite fundamentally changed the situation. On 1st of August 75, in a special built palace in Helsinki, which I later visited, the leaders of 35 countries signed the so-called Helsinki Final Act. The USSR was then seemingly more powerful than ever, but it turned out that it would not penetrate the West beyond Prague and Berlin. So it was concerned with establishing the current situation and preparing for the next period of conquests. The Helsinki Final Act included several baskets, only one of which was really important to the Soviets, declaring the borders of Europe as final. Lithuanians, both at home and abroad, understood it as a new betrayal by the West, which did not make them much distinct from Brezhnev. Baltic states, according to that opinion, were finally being handed over to the USSR. Now we must wait for ruthless Russification and extinction. It somehow went unnoticed that the agreement spoke only of not changing borders by means of war, and war was not an option for Lithuania, as it only could get destroyed. But it was not agreed upon that they could not be changed by legal ways, which is exactly what happened later. The basket which declared respect for human rights and democratic freedoms, on the contrary, seemed decorative. They were already in the USSR constitution, but everyone knew from the moment that they were born that nothing of the sort ever existed or will exist in the country. And yet, things developed in such a way that it turned into the egg of Columbus. Which led to the collapse of the communist empire. And undoubtedly, this is partly the work of the Soviet dissidents. Like in the metaphor, which later became popular, the mouse, even though weak, helped to pull the turnip out of the ground. Fortunately, dissident movements across Eastern Europe then started to cooperate. For example, Russians Andrei Sakharov, Sergei Kovalyov, Lyudmila Alexeyeva ensured Lithuanian underground would have connections with the West, at the same time making it less provincial and thus doomed to lose. And instead, becoming one with the Great Descent, which offered some hope. Sakharov visited Vilnius in late 1975, at a time when he was supposed to be awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, and had the idea to establish public Helsinki groups. These groups were to record human rights situation, which go against the Helsinki Final Act, basically demonstrating that the USSR is not abiding it. It was clear that these groups would have a sad ending, but their impact on the global opinion seemed worth the risk. Lithuanian underground, and more widely the patriotic society, did not always meet the idea of Helsinki Group positively. I have already tried to respond to many of their criticism. First of all, that Helsinki recognizes existing borders and with it the occupation of Lithuania. That Helsinki activists are not Lithuanian but Soviet dissidents. That publicity is a highway to imprisonment and nothing else. I always thought and continue to think that peaceful ways to change borders are the best. That indifference to anything that does not directly relate to your nations is not virtue but rather a vice. That you can and should choose the risk of publicity and abandon duplicity, but everyone chooses that risk for themselves. without imposing it on others. When the founders of the Lithuanian Helsinki group, Viktoras Petkus and Eitan Finkelstein, offered me to join the group, I told them that I think such groups seem very useful, but I had one doubt. I am trying to emigrate, so there is a chance that in an effort to destroy the group, the government would allow me to emigrate while imprisoning others. That would make me look like a traitor. I certainly received such accusations later, but not from the group members. They responded, quote, everyone will go to jail. If any one of us emigrates, which is unlikely, such a person will become the representative of the group abroad. That may be useful, unquote. And then I understood it would be a shame not to join. A leftist writer and Vorkuta prisoner Ona Lukauskaitė, as well as priest Karolis Garuckas, joined the group. It reminded of an embryonic parliament of Lithuania, people of different views, one representative of a minority. To emphasize the strictly peaceful nature of the group, we decided not to allow membership to former Wehrmacht soldiers and people who had taken part in armed resistance. But this rule was later broken without reason. Together with the Moscow-based Helsinki group member Lyudmila Alexeyeva, we visited 2 exiled bishops and also the very active priest Alphonsus Varinskas, with whom later our paths differed quite a bit. Then the Minister of Education of Lithuanian SSR, Rimkus, trying to figure out a clear violation of human rights, a case of illegally expelled students. I remember the year and a half after my letter to the Center Committee was sent as the most intense and probably the best period in my life. Future was unclear. We all felt the shadow of prison looming over us, but it is nice, even for a short while, to be completely free men. A man who had broken connection with his society and is speaking and writing whatever he wants and connecting with other free people. They used to say about us, quote, of course, you cannot directly speak out for the independence of Lithuania, which is why you speak of human rights, unquote. That was not true. Human rights were for us a logical priority over independence, any national or confessional values, which were defended by many underground members of the intelligence and all the intelligentsia, which quietly supported them. We knew it is appropriate to take one step further and understand that it is a place where any one person's rights are violated, everyone suffers. Ona Lukauskaitė expressed this in the most honest and clearest way. I quote her, if even it is impossible, we win, and communists were lynched in the future Lithuania, oh well, we will have to defend the communist rights as well, unquote. I had to agree with her. Just a few days after, we organized a press conference in Moscow. We could not invite foreign press elsewhere and got the first results. I was invited to Domestic Affairs Ministry of Lithuania, not the KGB, but a slightly more modest institution in charge of passports and visas. Then I was told to go to the Berkeley University, as I had gotten an invitation from Czeslaw Milosz a while ago. I told them I needed to talk with my friends. I was given 2 weeks to do so. My friends, the Helsinki members, congratulated me and wrote up a document declaring me the group representative in the West, later seeing me off. I did not ask for political asylum, so I could get back, if need be. And I stated it publicly. That was a rather unusual thing. Nevertheless, the authorities did take away my citizenship after half a year, and I got asylum then. To this day I hear, how come he was sent to heaven instead of hell? It's worth to remember 2 things. First, the government was rather careful with Helsinki members back then. 2 more of us went to the West instead of prison. The Moscow-based Lyudmila Alexeyeva and the Ukrainian Petro Grigorenko, both of which also became their respective group representatives. From Lithuanian Helsinki group members, only Petkus was sent to prison. I saw him happily in a new independent Lithuania, and for a while we continued the group's work together. Finkelstein, just like me, emigrated just 6 years later. Meanwhile, Lukauskaitė and Garutskas died in their own beds. I probably benefited from the fierce campaign organized through press and elsewhere by my friends, Czeslaw Milosz and Joseph Brodsky. Second, the West is heaven only to the imagination of naive people. It is in fact a rather harsh place which demands straining one's strength. Though of course it is no Soviet camp. The KGB has undoubtedly created my psychological portrait and hoped that I will soon collapse and ask to go back home. It is not my fault, the portrait was wrong. I tried to fulfill my obligations to my Helsinki friends in many different countries and places, often together with my friends Alexeyeva and Grigorenko. How successful we were is another question, but we tried. I spoke and wrote about Lithuania, even with a few Western statesmen. An increasing problem came up with the collapse of the Soviet Union. I got a call from a fellow dissident, Georgian Valery Chalitze, who had his citizenship taken away much earlier than myself. He told me, with a bit of worry, it seems they started to give back citizenship rights. I have hope they do not automatically, but with our consent. I had just heard of it. I had no idea until then that such an idea existed. Short-lived head of Lithuanian security, Tsaplin, suggested to his superiors that I have my Soviet citizenship restored, since I was no extremist, simply a defender of human rights, which were recognized by the government of Gorbachev. No one restored my citizenship then, and they did not ask me. Well, I would have told that I already have Lithuanian and American citizenship and can do without a Soviet one. Sometimes I hear about the efforts to restore the Lithuanian Helsinki group, but after Viktoras Petkus passed away, not a single of these efforts succeeded. The Helsinki group belongs to its own era. There are other, maybe less romantic but more effective ways to defend human rights in Lithuania nowadays. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Can I now have first the video, Tanya? First the video. Can I now have the video of Vyacheslav Bakhmin? Vyacheslav Bakhmin is
I'm grateful for the opportunity.
Vyacheslav Bakhmin was a member of the Moscow Helsinki Group and one of the founders of the Working Commission on the Investigation of Political Abuse of Psychiatry. He lives in Moscow and was therefore not able to come here, but we have him on screen. Slavan.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak at the Sakharov conference dedicated to the anniversary of the International Helsinki Movement. During Soviet time, human rights activists often raised a toast at the table with the words, "To the success of our hopeless cause." Indeed, at that time, few hoped to see significant changes in the country. Nevertheless, the struggle for human rights in the Soviet Union continued, and the Helsinki movement became an important milestone in this regard. As everyone knows, in 1975, 35 countries signed the final Act on Security and Cooperation in Europe, which included the so-called Third Basket, dedicated to humanitarian cooperation and human rights. The adopted document was widely published in the Soviet Union. This was a unique event for the country where the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was often confiscated during searches, and hundreds of political prisoners were held in camps. In this document, respect for human rights was proclaimed as part of comprehensive security. At that time, no one in our human rights community expected the provisions of the final Act on Human Rights to be observed. But why not monitor such violations and then widely publish reports on them? Thus, in May 1976, in the initiative of the physicist Yuri Orlov, the Public Group for Assistance to the Implementation of Helsinki Accords in the USSR was established in Moscow. It later became known simply as Moscow Helsinki Group. I remember the group's creation being announced at a press conference in Andrei Sakharov's apartment. For the first time in history, ordinary citizens declared their commitment to monitoring how states fulfilled their human rights obligations. The idea proved fruitful. Other groups began to appear in the Soviet republics, and Charter 77 was created in Czechoslovakia. The Helsinki movement became international. The authorities' reaction also was predictable. The first arrests of members of Moscow Helsinki Group occurred by earlier 1977. Several members emigrated, but new people joined, and the group continued its work. From 1976 to 1982, the group published 195 information documents and several reviews of human rights situation in the USSR. In 1977, Moscow Helsinki Group established a working commission to investigate the use of psychiatry for political purposes, and I was fortunate to participate in it. We also published and distributed our newsletters with information on psychiatric abuses in the USSR. The invasion of Afghanistan gave the authorities an opportunity to suppress the human rights movement. Against the backdrop of war, the negative international reaction to the arrests of human rights activists could be ignored. In September 1982, after the arrest of significant number of members of Moscow Helsinki Group, it ceased its activities. But there was no doubt that Helsinki movement contributed to the emergence of perestroika and generally was a success. Later, in 1989, Moscow Helsinki Group was re-established. But that period ended in 2023, when, following the invasion of Ukraine, a number of major human rights organizations, including Memorial, Moscow Helsinki Group, and Sakharov Center, were closed by the authorities. Now we clearly see that Helsinki Accords have failed to ensure European security. And in my country, the rule of law is openly violated. But even in this situation, thousands of courageous people in Russia speak out against the war and human rights violations. And although their efforts seem ineffective, they cannot act otherwise. Once again, the slogan for the success of our hopeless cause is becoming relevant. Thank you for your attention.
And Tatiana Yankelevich, can I ask you on stage again? It's the last speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much for including me in this panel, Robert. Not a member of the Moscow Helsinki Group, I was a witness to its announcement in the apartment of Andrei Sakharov and Ilyana Bonner, my mother. My mother, together with Yuri Orlov and several other Moscow dissidents and human rights activists, was a founding member of the Moscow Helsinki Group. And as we know, this was the group that from which that small spark with which the entire Helsinki Watch movement worldwide began. It was at many years later, when I have met Henry Kissinger, I was quite surprised to hear this one of the architects of the detente, who then was the US Secretary of State, when he confessed that he did not even anticipate, let alone hope, that the human rights provisions of the Helsinki Final Act would in reality benefit human rights behind the Iron Curtain. And I was present on several occasions, private and public. He confessed that he never believed that the third basket would do anybody any good. And he somewhat sentimentally, he credited my parents, and perhaps he was right to a degree. Sakharov was a staunch proponent of international oversight on human rights. He insisted they could not be considered an internal affair of any state, and that they are indivisible from the international security and trust. Ilyana Bonner, my mother, was engaged in human rights work long before she and Sakharov met, and her effectiveness in defending an individual against the all-powerful and arbitrary state is well known. In 1976, the Moscow Helsinki Group was founded to monitor the Soviet Union compliance with the Helsinki Accords. And as I said, it ignited a global movement. Moscow Helsinki Group founding and the Helsinki Watch movement played the pivotal role in the global cause of human rights, inspiring the formation of Helsinki Watch in the United States, eventually blossomed into Human Rights Watch. This movement professionalized the witness. The Helsinki monitors bridged the gap between the high-minded rhetoric of international treaties and the harsh reality of a prison cell. Much in Sakharov's vein, they prove that human rights are not internal affairs, that they are very foundation of global security. And together with other inexorable factors, Helsinki Watch movement helped bring about the demise of the Soviet totalitarian empire, freedom for the Eastern Bloc countries under Soviet rule, the fall of the Berlin Wall, free and open elections, and the beginning of what we all hoped would be the path to democracy and peace for the countries and societies of totalitarian regimes. Today, 50 years on, we honor not only the legacy of those early activists, but also the enduring relevance of their mission. We find ourselves today in a world where the idea of human rights are trampled on, where human rights are no longer in fashion or in vogue, where the extreme right nationalistic populist forces are on the rise very prominently in both East and West Europe, in the United States and in the developing world. For the first time of the last half century, America can no longer demonstrate its power. There is a clear systemic failure reflected in the fact that in democratic countries, deeply unhinged individuals are rising to power, people incapable of engaging in rational thought process, let alone making meaningful political action. There is a profound moral crisis within our societies where deceitful practices hold sway over people's lives. Humanity faces tangible challenges to its physical survival, and safeguarding civic and political rights may seem of secondary importance. We see the erosion of rule of law, the renewed targeting of human rights defenders, and today they are purposely crushed and persecuted in a manner reminiscent of not just Soviet totalitarianism, but of its worst and most inhuman phase of Stalinism. As we all know, in January 2023, Moscow City Court ordered the liquidation of Moscow-Helsinki Group. And as was said in the statement by the Council of Russian Human Rights Defenders, the current Russian regime seeks to eradicate any pockets of independent activity, to bring society under their total dominion, and to brand dissenters as criminals, end of quote. And in the same Stalinesque manner, the current autocratic regime in Russia is waging a bloody and criminal war in Ukraine. This attempt to recreate and resuscitate the Soviet Empire heavily overshadows the 50th anniversary of Helsinki Accords. It is not, we are not in a moment of nostalgia. It is a call to action. The tools of the trade have changed, from carbon copy samizdat to encrypted mobile phone applications, but the fundamental duty remains the same: speak truth to power. We are witnessing a profound crisis of human rights general concept as a fundamental principle of democratic governance, both within and between nations and states. And in this crisis, we see established democracies, authoritarian regimes, and those with newly emerged authoritarian systems. For the concept of human rights to regain its relevance in both domestic and foreign policy, it is necessary to revise the definition of human rights, substantially broadening its scope to encompass new entitlements, such as women's rights, migrants' rights, and electronic privacy. It is also essential to review the foundational instruments of human rights protection, international declarations, covenants, and agreements with the aim of enhancing their actual enforceability. And most challenging of all, it is imperative to continuously devise strategies for enforcing compliance, for enforcing compliance in the states that fail to uphold human rights. This required a concerted approach that combines actions at the state level, including diplomatic initiatives, recourse to international courts, fines, and sanctions, with the efforts of international institutions and civil society organizations. 3 immediate priorities stand before us. First, we must stand with Ukraine and hold Russia accountable for its war of aggression. The abducted children must be returned. War crimes must be meticulously documented. Those responsible must face justice. The war must end. It is the very foundation of the Helsinki principles that will be upheld in this manner. 50 years later, as the Helsinki spirit stands at a turning point for human rights in Europe, our task is not only to commemorate, but to continue, to support those who monitor and defend human rights today, to protect the space for civil society to operate freely, and to ensure that the principles affirmed 50 years ago are not weakened, but renewed for a new generation. Let us honor the legacy of Helsinki Watch groups, not only by words, but by action. Let us carry forward their belief that accountability is possible, that truth matters, and that even in the face of great odds, individuals can make history bend toward justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tanya, for your strong words. So before introducing the next speaker, I want to point your attention to this wonderful little book. It's in Ukrainian, Темні куточки. It's a book that we developed for children in Ukraine whose parent is coming back from the front line and needs to explain why they behave differently, why they cannot stand loud noises, why they are depressed, why they argue with their spouse or with the children, right? Just the psychological changes as a result of having been at the front line. We have published 25,000 copies of this book, and it is being widely used in Ukraine, not only by parents with children, but even by couples of which one of them is going to the front line and they read this book in order to prepare themselves for what is coming in their direction. We want to print more because they're very needed. So we have outside the collection box. If you donate more than 10 euro, you can take a copy. The production is about 3.5 euro. So with 10 euro, you actually pay for 3 of these books. And so you can take one. Thank you. Then I would like to introduce the first keynote speaker of today, George Kent. It's very nice to organize a conference with a lot of friends. It gives a very pleasant atmosphere. So George Kent served as a US ambassador to Estonia from 2023 till the elections in the United States when Donald Trump became president. Had a 33-year career as a US Foreign Service officer, served in Tashkent, Uzbekistan, Warsaw, Poland, Bangkok, Thailand, twice, in Kiev, Ukraine, twice, and Tallinn, Estonia. He also had a number of assignments at the US Department of State, including as the Deputy Assistant Secretary of State with policy responsibilities for Ukraine, Moldova, Belarus, Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. And he was subpoenaed in 2019 to testify in the first impeachment proceedings against President Donald Trump, who clearly doesn't like him. George, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Am I on yet? I am. Okay. Good morning. Good morning. Okay. So I can't promise a fully interactive presentation, but before I get into my remarks, which Robert has suggested I talk about creeping authoritarianism in the United States and global implications, I think he addressed that in his own opening remarks, but I wanted to do a quick sociological poll of those of you who are in the room. So, can those of you who have visited the United States since January 20th, 25, raise your hand? I'm just curious. Okay, so for those of you who have your hands up, how many of you think the US is an authoritarian country right now? Okay. Okay, well, there you go. Okay, so for all the rest of you who have not been to the United States since Donald Trump returned to the White House, can you put your hands up? And for those of you who think the US is keep your hands up. For those of you who think the US is an authoritarian country now, can you keep your hands up and everyone else can lower your hands if you don't think so? Okay, everyone put their hands down. And then this is a question for everybody. How many of you think that Donald Trump attempts to rule as an authoritarian leader? Okay, so that's almost everybody. Okay, great. So, I'm George Kent, and as Robert said, I'm a recovering US diplomat. I was fired in the first hour of the Trump second administration. I was in my Estonian choir. I sang in an Estonian choir, and the phone rang during choir practice, and I told my fellow baritone, the UK ambassador, I think I'm about to be fired. So, and for those of you who think the US has become an authoritarian country, you have some company. In April 2025, more than a year ago, a group of 500 political scientists in a survey known as the Bright Line Watch declared the US was transitioning from a liberal democracy to a form of authoritarianism. Along those lines, my Harvard classmate and now professor, Stephen Levitsky, later coined the phrase competitive authoritarianism to characterize what he saw happening in the United States. Now, Robert is a longtime friend, as he said, but I personally and respectfully would disagree with some of his characteristics. If we didn't have some differences of opinion, what's the point of being here? I am not a political scientist. I'm not a psychiatrist or a sociologist. For 33 years, I was a practitioner on the global arena as a US diplomat who promoted rule of law and institutional development. At one point, I oversaw several $100 million of programming specifically to develop rule of law and anti-corruption programming in Europe and Asia. I also married a Crimean Tatar, and for those of you who are wondering why I'm wearing a Ukrainian Vyshyvanka, I should say that the third Thursday of May is Vyshyvanka Day, and so it's a sign of celebration of Ukrainian culture to wear Vyshyvanki. So that's why not just Miroslav, but Robert and I are wearing Vyshyvanki today. My wife is Crimean Tatar. And 82 years ago this week, on May 18th, her 3-year-old father and her grandmother were deported on cattle cars to Central Asia. Her grandmother perished soon after arrival. Her elderly mother, who now lives with us, was born in a gulag as an enemy of the people, and her parents were not allowed to marry or register their marriage until after de-Stalinization. So as you can imagine, the issue of authoritarianism for them is intensely personal. And abuse of power, a topic of daily discussion in our house, not abstract or philosophical. And honestly, if my wife were here, she would give a different presentation. When I joined the American Foreign Service in 1992, US foreign policy promoted policies backed by the values everyone here in this room I know support. They're enshrined in the Helsinki Final Act of 1975, as well as before that, the 1948 Universal Declaration on Human Rights, shepherded by Eleanor Roosevelt. My first diplomatic posting, as Robert mentioned, was Uzbekistan, then led with an iron fist by the former Communist Party First General Secretary Islam Karimov. I actually, though, routinely cited newly independent Uzbekistan's commitments to the Helsinki Final Act in pushing for better treatment of individual cases, as well as changes in some systemic practices, meeting, believe it or not, with some success. That, alas, is not the current administration's approach. As with all US diplomats, or recovering diplomats, I've also interpreted for external audiences what is happening in the United States throughout my career. And that will be my starting point now before turning to the global impact of changes in the United States. I'm going to suggest that the undeniable fundamental shifts in US policy and rhetoric are actually far more important for global dynamics and the erosion of the post-World War II order than the parallel domestic developments in the United States, as disturbing as the latter are. So back to my experience on day one of the second Trump administration and what followed. Dismissal without cause of American ambassadors is actually the norm. We all serve at the pleasure of presidents, nominated by presidents, confirmed by the Senate, and that has happened throughout time. What happened after that point, however, was outside norms and even law. Mass dismissal of federal government employees, over 50,000 in the first 6 months, without any basis in performance or regard for the impact on roles and non-executive branch institutions created by Congress, such as the U.S. Institute of Peace and Voice of America. The State Department recently had what's Orwellingly described as a reduction in force, essentially firing another 200 experienced diplomats without cause after more than 20% of our diplomatic and development personnel were forced out in 2025. And that took place earlier this May. Yet, a majority of US court decisions have found these moves to deconstruct state institutions as illegal. Unfortunately, I would say there's no return to the previous status quo ante, as the Trump administration is resisting court rulings, even as it continues to violate other laws almost daily. Meanwhile, there's no question that the firings have created a fear factor for federal employees who remain. There's an old Chinese proverb that has been translated into many languages. I learned it in Thai, "Ka gai sedeng hai ling hen," which means kill the chicken to show the monkey. I was a day one chicken, sacrificed, along with 4 other ambassadors, as a warning to instill fear in those who remained. The richest man in the world, a former illegal immigrant, Elon Musk, then led an unaccountable team under the Orwellian moniker Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE for short. On the surface, the DOGE mandate was to examine government functions and slash personnel, taking a page from the disruptive capitalist philosophy that Musk and other Silicon Valley tech bros embrace, and then acting in the spirit of a hostile takeover. Indeed, Ross Vought, a name that if you don't know is important to understand what's going on in the United States, head of our Office of Personnel Management, specifically identified terrorizing federal employees as a goal for the new administration's personnel policies. But the actual purpose of DOGE seems to have been to extract personal data held on government servers with no explanation of purpose or accountability. Even now, we don't know who holds the data or what they're doing with it. Trump then directed his appointees to key law enforcement positions, such as Pam Bondi, subsequently fired as Attorney General, and Kash Patel as head of the FBI, to use the US justice system to go after his personal enemies, even as he pardoned the January 6 rioters who had attacked Congress. It certainly appeared that weak cases against the former head of the FBI, James Comey, and the former National Security Advisor, John Bolton, represented attempted persecution of his perceived opponents, not prosecution of actual lawbreakers. Again, a series of judges and even grand juries have dismissed these attempts as not grounded in law or fact. And there's an old joke in the US that a grand jury will indict a ham and cheese sandwich. But some grand juries in the United States have not indicted people that Trump's Justice Department want to open cases against. In a number of other cases, federal prosecutors and FBI investigators have resigned rather than pursue unwarranted investigations. In so doing, they demonstrated institutional honor and individual integrity in the face of political pressure. The Trump administration has been more successful in convincing a Republican-led Congress to fund a mass increase in funding for the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency, formerly a relatively minor specialized federal law enforcement body. ICE then broke 200 years of practice in the 2025, allowing its agents to wear masks or bandanas, long associated in American psyche with Wild West outlaws, to use force illegally against American citizens and to resist accountability. That led in part to the murders of 2 American-born citizens in Minneapolis, Minnesota earlier this year by federal personnel who had no legal standing to take action against them. Those murders then sparked widespread peaceful citizen pushback and state-level resistance by the governor and others in Minnesota, forcing federal law enforcement agencies to back down and de-escalate. I think what ICE is doing is absolutely horrible. What's not oftentimes covered in the press, although it was reported recently in Politico, over 400 judges have ruled against ICE's illegal detentions more than 10,000 times in habeas petitions. 86% of the detentions have been ruled illegal by federal judges. There have been efforts to misuse other law enforcement and security personnel. The deployment of Customs and Border Protection personnel downtown in major cities, not on the border. State-based National Guards called up for law enforcement actions, sometimes against the will of state authorities. And even in early 2025, a temporary deployment of US Marines in clear violation of an 1878 law known as Posse Comitatus, which forbids the use of US military for domestic law enforcement purposes. Courts have mandated the end of the use of National Guard troops in cities and states where the governors and mayors reject their presence. We still have them in Washington, D.C., but they're not deployed in areas with crime. Instead, they're in upscale neighborhoods, on the National Mall, and near metro stations. A classic pokazucha that would make Potemkin proud. Outside of intimidation and attempted political persecution, the second Trump administration has also launched sustained attacks on universities, science, and knowledge, slashing fundamental research budgets, particularly in science, medical, and environmental topics. It has used regulatory agencies in the approval process for corporate mergers to influence news coverage via the corporate media owners. They've even pressured those same media owners to cancel well-known late-night comedians who satirize Trump. Tonight, Stephen Colbert's award-winning popular Late Show ends its 11-year run. I think it's apparent to everybody that Trump talks and acts like a sadistic bully. Robert mentioned that. And a dementia-addled one at that. I think more corrosive for me as a citizen is the sad reality that he's normalized such aggressive behavior and rhetoric, allowing average citizens who were previously constrained by societal norms also to act that way in their daily lives. Now, certainly this is a grim account of developments the last 16 months in the United States. This is the year the Americans are celebrating 250 years of independence. And I think that has come as a shock to both Americans and non-Americans alike. But to return to the questions I asked at the beginning, does this mean the US is now an authoritarian country? Even though we have a duly elected president with clear authoritarian desires, I personally would assert no. How about creeping authoritarianism? Have key executive institutions and behaviors been weakened in the US? Clearly, yes, and intentionally so. Have elected Republican majorities in Congress failed to do their duties under the Constitution? Absolutely. Does an ideologically conservative 6-3 majority on our Supreme Court invent non-constitutional legal theories to grant Trump excessive executive power, limit accountability, and overturn judicial precedent dating back decades? Unfortunately, yes. Yet how to interpret and label what is happening domestically in the United States is where definitions matter. Abuse of power and grift, which I would argue is the defining element of Trumpism, does not automatically equate to authoritarianism. And there'll be a panel later on, we can talk about that as well. But I would say that I just want to add that there are domestic factors that attract fewer headlines, but arguably matter more in assessing the US domestic context. I would suggest that in the United States, the diffuse nature of power and authority is important, given that nearly all definitions of authoritarianism presume a concentration of centralized power. The US Constitution, passed 13 years after the country was founded, created a central government, but one constrained both by systemic checks and balances and by guaranteed protected individual liberties, but also, and this is the part that probably is less well known, how decentralized and federalized our government is. States and even local communities carry out functions that in many of your countries may be done at the national level. For instance, education. And our devolved federal system means, for instance, that what you may take for granted as a national government function has no US counterpart. We have no national ID. There is no national voting registry because in our Constitution, the states conduct elections, not the federal government. That means that as much as Trump would like to manipulate the electoral system, there is no single Trump administration official who has access to the list of all Americans who can vote, because there is no such single list. They've tried to strong-arm the states to give that information, but even Republican-led states have resisted. The distrust of over-centralized powers is in the socio-political DNA of most Americans. And the federal court system, if you put aside the Supreme Court for a moment, even with a majority of Republican judges appointed with lifetime tenure, have overturned a majority of Trump administration's decisions that have come up for judicial review. The Supreme Court is more sympathetic, but even they ruled the tariffs unconstitutional and likely will rule against the Trump administration on the issue of birthright citizenship. In the US, we have the principle of jus soli. If you're born in the US, you're a US citizen. So I think this is part of this issue of the federalized, non-over-concentrated element of government is a key component for why I'm American, as more optimistic perhaps than my friend Robert. It's a country that is a continent-wide, 340 million. Last summer, my family and I cycled across the United States, 7,000 kilometers from the Pacific Ocean to the Atlantic Ocean. We were raising awareness of the importance of Ukraine and fundraising for Ukraine frontline units. It took us 79 days, and for 75 days, we cycled through parts of the US that had voted for Trump in 2024. Our Ukraine-related takeaway was the vast majority of Americans want the US government to do more for Ukraine, even those who voted for Trump. And our domestic takeaway was even in those areas that voted for Trump, they were being negatively affected by the Trump administration's policies. And yet, apart from Midwest farmers facing a wave of farm bankruptcies and everyone facing higher prices, we also concluded that life for most Americans continues more or less as it had before. There were times when we cycled more than 1,000 kilometers between seeing any law enforcement or security personnel, not exactly a hallmark of an authoritarian country or emerging police state. I think Trump is self-defeating in a lot of areas. Robert mentioned Pope Leo. The debate that Trump and Vice President Vance have had with the first American-born Pope has greatly damaged his standing among Hispanics in particular, a key voting bloc for the Republican Party. And I think when Americans go to the polls in this November and again in 2028, the negative impact of Trump's policies will be the most important deciding factor in how independent Americans will vote. A poll last month suggested for the first time in 16 years, a majority of Americans now prefer Democrats to Republicans on managing economic policy. Inflation, gas prices going up because of the war of choice against Iran, and labor shortages will play key roles. And some approval polls show that Trump's ratings in the US are now down below President Carter in 1980, when he was facing both oil price shocks and the humiliation of US diplomats being held as hostage by Iran. So depending on the poll, we're talking 32 to 34% approval for Trump at this moment in time. Now, the erosion of institutions and the rule of law, abuse of power, and coarsening of behavior norms are absolutely important developments for the quality of democratic governments in the United States. They matter for a certain slice of the thinking voting electorate, but I don't think they're decisive. And we oftentimes have had this tradition. In 1992, the phrase was, "It's the economy, stupid." I think in this part of the world, Russians, Ukrainians, and others used to talk about the bitva холодильника с телевизором. And in this case, the refrigerator trumps the TV. Daily needs are more influential than the political spin. Shifting to what the focus of the conversations going forward here are going to be global implications. I think that through the actions of the Trump administration and its rhetoric, in short order, they've managed to destroy trust in the United States as a leader, ally, partner, and norm setter as it had been for the past 80 years. It's what Timothy Snyder recently called superpower suicide, almost without precedent in history. In its approach to international relations, the Trump administration has abandoned value-based promotion of principles and well-being as a core policy objective. Instead, the Trump team is pursuing transactional diplomacy focused on commercial advantage and the bracing bully boy rhetoric that routinely targets European democratic partners more than authoritarian leaders. The shutdown of USAID and shuttering of other programs designed to bolster civil society clearly has a negative impact on those outside the US, not just through the loss of US grants, but official American advocacy and rhetorical support. And Trump clearly has an undisguised admiration for autocrats and strongmen, from Russian leader Putin and former Hungarian Prime Minister Orban, but to also Chinese and North Korean leaders. I think the shift in American policy and practice, most recently this month announcing the withdrawal of an armored brigade in Europe and reducing US forces to be pledged to NATO's force model in crisis response plans, signals to European allies worried about their own security in the face of increasing Russian active measures and sabotage that European countries now must do contingency planning without being able to account on the United States to be there to defend them 100%. A separate looming challenge, as many elements of the international institutional order are under strain, will be to retain the importance of the human dimension, this third basket that we've been talking about the last hour of the Helsinki Final Act. When I was in Kyiv in March, that's what Ukraine Nobel Prize winner Alexander Matvichuk's primary concern was. What will the shifting dynamics be when the United States under Trump has routinely voted with Russia, China, and North Korea in the UN General Assembly, rather than with Ukraine and fellow democracies? But back to the question of domestic global linkage, I would argue that the negative trend in the US role in the world and the diminution of the US influence is not the result of Trump's policies at home, but the shift is a direct intended effect of Trump's cynical embrace of transactional diplomacy, seeking personal enrichment combined with the abandonment of values-based policies and programs. As one Ukrainian refugee in Estonia put it to me with a bit of wordplay in March, after growing up admiring the US and its promotion of a better future for Ukraine for 35 years, she is distressed that the United States has abandoned the promotion of sila prava to embrace pravo sila, jettisoning the rule of law for might makes right. So at least for now, the US presents a bifurcated face to the world when it comes to the values embedded in the Helsinki Act. The Trump administration no longer models good governance at home, nor promotes those values abroad. But at home, the United States remains a decentralized country with institutional counterweights, particularly the court system, states with their own elected governors and legislatures, and a shorter election cycle than in most countries. Every 2 years, Congress has to go back to the people. In helping others abroad, formal government institutions are complemented in the United States by organizations like the National Endowment for Democracy, well-endowed private foundations, and smaller charitable initiatives. All continue to support actively and generously values organizations and individuals abroad who work on governance and counter authoritarian tendencies. Regardless of who is elected to office in the United States, Americans remain the most generous charitable contributors in the world, having donated a staggering $592 billion in charity in 2024, the same year that Donald Trump won re-election. The US government no longer gives weapons to Ukraine, but Americans remain the single biggest donors to crowdsourced efforts to help the Ukrainian military, such as the NAFO network to which I belong. The challenge for the international system remains what to do when the United States government abdicates its leading role as a systemic linchpin for the promotion of shared security, prosperity, and values, a role it played for 80 years, creating a vacuum for mischief makers and a need for others to take up the mantle of leadership. And on that note, I'll conclude and look forward to joining the panel later this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, George. I would like now to ask the first panel to come onto stage. Moderator Janet Gunn, then Maya Mazakiewicz, Nicolas Badalassi, Andreas Persbo, and Thomas De Milo.
De Milo, fin du från Milo.
Good afternoon, everybody. And on that note, I realize you will all be wanting your lunch, and we are running a little bit late. So we are going to slightly compress what we had planned, but we really want to involve you, the audience, this time in some of our discussions. We have a panel following very naturally on from what George Kent was talking about, witnessing the collapse of the international order. And we have 4 speakers with very different areas of expertise. But they are going to discuss these things among themselves, notwithstanding. I'd just like to introduce this topic to remind everybody that the international rules were set up in very different times from now, and no doubt with the best intentions. However, the United Nations at the moment seems not able to act, partly due to the veto that the founding fathers awarded themselves and are unlikely to wish to give up. The OSCE established itself as reaching decisions based on consensus, which has also stymied its work. We function in a very different climate from when those were set up. The topics that our field covers are enormous. The rules of war, arms control, self-determination, territorial integrity, human rights and rights of minorities, treaties, trade and tariffs. Clearly, we can't cover them all. But there are new challenges, and I would like our panelists to look forward somewhat and see what they suggest can be done about these issues that didn't exist when the international order that we know was set up. Cybercrime, social media, disinformation and the spread of conspiracy theories, pandemics, climate change, cuts in international development aid, and last but not least, AI, artificial intelligence. On the flight over yesterday, I was reading the New York Times of yesterday, and a biosecurity expert at Stanford University asked AI to devise a biological weapon and devise ways of circumventing all the safeguards to prevent such use. And he was horrified by what came out of AI. It had all sorts of ideas that he had never thought of, although working in that sphere. Well, that is one very specific area that is new, along with all the others that I've raised. So we're going to have the following speakers in this order, and I'm going to introduce them all together at the beginning to save time. Our first speaker will be Nicolas Badalassi, who is Professor of Contemporary History in Sciences Po in Aix-en-Provence in France, and Director of the Mediterranean Center for Sociology, Political Science and History. He is a historian of the Cold War in Europe and the Mediterranean. Our second speaker will be on our far left, Andreas Persbo, I hope I've pronounced that right, who studied law in Stockholm and is a specialist in nuclear law, and began his career in United Nations peace operations and disarmament affairs. Our third speaker will be Thomas Milo, whose areas of expertise are not easy to encapsulate briefly. He's a linguist and script technologist, and also has hands-on experience in the Middle East and service with UNIFIL, and also drove trucks across half the world Our final speaker will be Maya Mazurkiewicz, who is president of a philanthropic the Philanthropic PZU Foundation, which focuses on strengthening social resilience in areas such as social capital, education, skills for the future, and culture. And she is co-founder of Alliance for Europe and host of a television program. Nicola.
Thank you very much, Janet. Can you hear me? It's okay. When we prepare this panel, Janet asked us to answer this question: can the international system, as it was established after the Second World War, be saved? Okay, good question, which could be phrased differently. Should the international system, as it was established after the war, be saved? And there are several reasons for asking this question. The first is that this Roosevelt system, founded on the principle of multilateralism, collective security, democracy, human rights, free trade, and so on, has never really worked on a global scale, except perhaps in Europe, Japan, North America, at least until the recent past. Why did it not work? Firstly, because of the UN veto power of the permanent members of the Security Council, of course. Secondly, because the system was conceived on the basis of the Western problems of the interwar period, namely the economic and financial crisis, the proliferation of custom barriers, currency wars, questioning of borders, and so on. And with the exception of the United Nations, the institutions created with the aim of resolving this problem, the IMF, the GATT, European Community, NATO, all became all-powerful as a result of the Cold War, and the West need to ensure that this model prevailed over that of the USSR. So in other words, the Cold War cemented this Western system in the West. The problem is that this Cold War institution, were not prepared to deal with the problem that emerged in the 60s and 70s, and which are now at the heart of our concerns. What issue are we talking about? The transformation of societies, and not just Western societies, due to the baby boom, changing social mores, the sexual revolution, the end of decolonization, a more intense circulation of ideas, of culture, the rise of the middle classes, the oil crisis, and so on. And all these issues made the 60s and 70s world very different from the 1945 world. They created a keen need for people to assert themselves, for individual aspiration and identities to be recognized in the face of an international system frozen by the Cold War. Of course, attempts were made to respond to this aspiration by developing new bodies that took greater account of civil societies and their needs, such as the CSC, the Helsinki process. But in the 70s and 80s, the dominance of the Cold War prevented any real transformation of the international system that would have given greater weight to these new bodies. With the end of the Cold War, and the end of the US obsession with fighting the USSR across the globe, we could expect a reorganization of the international system that would finally take into consideration the aspiration of societies and their evolution since the 60s and 70s, by creating a new system that was transnational rather than international in the 1990s, or that would have given a voice to the rest of the world. After all, throughout history, every post-war period has seen a reshaping of the system. It was the case in 1947, in 1945, in 1914, in 1815, in 1648, but not this time, not in the 1990s. The transformation didn't take place. Rather than refounding the post-1945 Western system was extended to the rest of the world through the rise of regional economic institutions such as the IMF, the WTO, European Union, NATO, and so on. Of course, societal aspirations, environmental awareness, and so on have been taken into account, but only insofar as they are subject to market rules. The problem is that this model, based on the market, based on liberal democracy, very quickly revealed its limitations. On the one hand, with the proliferation of economic crisis, particularly that of 2008. On the other, with the failure of the American drive to export liberal democracy to the rest of the world, particularly to the Middle East, even by force, without taking local specificities into account. Iraq is the best illustration of this fiasco. One more minute, okay. So this determination to impose the same model everywhere and to reform it led to the emergence from the late 1990s until today, but especially following the crisis of the late 2000s, of a multitude of counter models, more or less radical, which capitalized on the weakening of Western economies and American withdrawal, anti-globalization, religious fundamentalism, terrorism, nationalism, imperialism, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, China, Putin, Trump, are all figures who shame the same hate for this post-1945 system and float the principle it exposes, even though they are all benefited from this globalized system to prosper and promote their own ideas. In other words, and I finish here, the international system has become entrenched from within because it was not reformed in time. I have some proposal, if you want, but we can come back there.
We'll come back in the discussion. Thank you, Nicola.
You're welcome.
Our next speaker is Andreas.
Thank you, Janet, and thank you also to the organizers for inviting me to this conference. They don't know, very few people who knows me knows that I actually started off studying human rights at Stockholm University, and I actually focused on Article 13 of the European Convention of Human Rights, which talks about, amongst other things, fair process and the right to have a process in your national system. So it's a particular pleasure to be here in a conference honoring the group of the work of the Helsinki groups and what they did for us, for all of us, really, so many years ago. So thank you. It's honoring. The other thing I would say is that Andrei Sakharov was, of course, in my field known as a physicist as well, as a person who were involved in physics. I would like to say a few words about where we stand on the nuclear issues today. This is my day job nowadays. Robert, in his introduction, I think he highlighted most of the structural pressures that we see on the world today. And I'm particularly pleased he also brought in climate change. And I can bring in a final one that he forgot to mention, and that is the tail end of the pandemic that we went through. In 2021, the IMF came out with a report. It wasn't so well studied, but The Economist picked up on it, that said that after a major pandemic event, such as COVID, which was one of the most deadly pandemics in human history, social unrest, social cohesion tends to be a threat for many years after a pandemic. It has a tail end. It changes the social fabric and the social structure and people's decision making. And I think we are seeing some of the consequences of that in today's international environment. So I would say this is another thing that we can add to this long list of challenges that Robert put up. So Janet asked me to throw away all your notes, get to the point, do it in less than 5 minutes. I will try to. I was then thinking, what is it that I would want you to take away from my intervention? And I want to ask you a question. by raise of hand, since we had a precedence for this in the previous panel. How many of you right now feels that the world is a predictable place?
Is what?
Predictable place.
Is it what?
Not a single one. There's none of you who thinks that, you know, the world is predictable. Good. One person. Fantastic. I will deduce then that most of you think that the world is an unpredictable place. How many of you thinks that the world is moving a little bit too fast for your liking? That you wake up and every day there is a new thing that warrants your attention? Yes. I think we're all feeling this. The world is going faster and faster. What do you think international law is all about? It is about it's about the need to introduce predictability in the system. We're rules-based people. International laws are there for us to know that, okay, this type of behavior, in most cases, states will act in this way. So we can adjust our own behavior accordingly. We have a problem. International law in my field, in the nuclear field, in arms control in general, is eroding. There's a long list of casualties of agreements that are no longer around. I wrote a few. 20 years ago, we had an anti-ballistic missile treaty because we thought it would be a bad idea for deterrence if you could build missile defense shields. I don't know if I agreed, but you know, they thought that disappeared. We had something called the Conventional Forces in Europe treaty that tried to control the level of armaments in Europe, and it's in the borders. That's gone. We had something called the Open Skies Treaty, which was an idea back in the 1950s that you would have aerial monitoring to basically monitor and see what other adversarial nations might be up to. That's gone. We had Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty that said it's a bad idea. We talked about Pershings in Europe in the 1980s. It's a bad idea to station short-range missiles at close vicinity to each other. Well, that's gone too. So what is left? Well, very few things. And what we are seeing as a consequence of all of these safeguards being eroded is a higher sense of unpredictability. Now, my system is glacial. Atle used to work in it before he became ambassador here, and he can attest that movement is slow, usually in the nuclear field. But even in my field, it's now pretty quick, pretty fast. Belarus and Russia held nuclear exercises this week, just a few miles away. We don't know much about what they did, to be honest. Is that predictable? There are nuclear weapons on Lithuania's doorstep. Doctrines, the stated conditions of when and how nuclear weapons shall be used, are under revision, and they're being eroded too. They're introducing unpredictability into this system, they as in the nuclear weapon states. And we're looking at this in a situation where tensions are increasing. I mean, the prevalence of war right now is pretty high, I would argue. And all tensions eventually, I guess, Sakharov would say, must release. So we're all anticipating something to happen, aren't we? Lithuania itself says, well, we think war by 2030 is quite likely. We think Russia might invade. They're not alone in saying this. Whether or not they're right, I leave unsaid, but I think it's a justifiable, understandable reaction to increasing uncertainty and opacity. Who will believe Russia today when they say, we have no intentions of invading you? We've heard that one before. Who will believe the Trump administration when they say, hey, you know, we will honor our agreement with you, Iran? Do you think Tehran will believe that now? It's doubtful. So again, we have a real problem here, and I want you to take that away. Safeguards are also eroding 30 seconds, yes, thank you. By our own actions in our own societies, we do have a rise of extremism in thinking. And I don't want to be the person who says, like, okay, certain parties are extreme, etc. But we do have a rise of extreme views in general, is what I'm saying, in Europe. These views questions long-held values that we as Europeans take for granted: due process, fair trial, other things we take for granted. I was very pleased to hear the previous panelists saying, like, actually the system works, trust it a little bit, but I do worry. And I think anyone, Sakharov himself, would probably worry if he saw what's happening right now. Final point, change always starts at home. Domestic politics and decision-making must be understood in order to understand international politics. Fundamental freedoms are essential for all this work. We cannot do the work internationally if we are not free to speak about it or write about it or think about it. I work with people in my business who are already being persecuted by their own nations or fearing persecution by their own host nations because new laws are coming into place that muzzles and restricts their ability to think, act, reduce uncertainty, come up with solutions. And you know what? The system is so nasty. They don't just fear for themselves. We heard about hostages. They fear about what might happen to their families. And so if they are not allowed to speak, we are without chance trying to affect the future.
Thank you, Andreas. Tom, do you want to go up to the thing we have a presentation now with slides, I believe, a brief one. I can see it here.
Also, I'm very happy to be here. When I was invited by Robert, I decided to take a letter that I dug up again after many years that I received in 1983 from an American military officer. Now, the guiding motive here is that I operate indeed between scholarship and technology, and I think this is a very powerful image. What you see here is a 1970s piece of front technology. It's a changeable type head, and it has actually a 9th century Cyrillic on it, Church Slavonic, just as an image. Now, the focus of this talk is the rule of law, and I also have some experience in the service of the United Nations. Here is a letter, the letterhead. I was a captain in the Dutch army in 1980 to 83. I served in South Lebanon, and I get this from West Point by someone who later becomes a very authoritative professor of international relations, Dick Norton. He was then a major with the US Army, and we did some intelligence work in 1980 and later in 1983. Now, again, to give this some background, the original UN emerged during World War II, and World War II overran the Netherlands. But what people don't realize that the Netherlands never capitulated, only gave up its European territories, but its real territories were huge. If you project them on Eurasia, you start in Amsterdam and you end in Kyrgyzstan. That's from Aceh to the border with New Guinea. So here's the real map, the Netherlands, East Indies. For Japan, it was quite a drawback to see that it was no longer neutral, because it was easy for Japan to overrun Indochina because France had capitulated, but the Netherlands had been electrified by the alliance with the British. And so for the Japanese to be able to take over the main source for rubber and oil, they had to disable two major naval bases, Singapore on the west and Pearl Harbor in the east. And by attacking Pearl Harbor, they shot themselves in the foot, because America was neutral. It did not want to participate in this, but it was forced to join the war. And this is what brought in America. And then the Japanese attack with ambitions to proceed to Australia and even into British India. Now, America brought in a totally new dimension. They could quickly turn Coca-Cola bottles into ordnance, so they filled grenades instead with ammunition instead of Coca-Cola bottles with fuel fluid. And they brought in their advertising tradition, which became a very powerful propaganda machine. And interestingly, this poster shows the Netherlands prominently in front of the Allied efforts. But the main theme is the United Nations. So they coined the concept United Nations. It was the branding of the Allied effort to restore world order. And interestingly, the first counterattack against the Japanese shows here a chain of command, the American, British, Dutch, Australian command, which has well embedded Dutch officers. So at the beginning of the war, the Dutch saw themselves as high-level players in the Allied effort. But if you, again, reminding you of the size, this is what they were supposed to defend with very small forces, and the Japanese prevailed. Then after the war, this position enabled the Netherlands to get access to weaponry and to try and recover the Dutch East Indies. And with that, they went 180 degrees against the thrust of history. Instead of decolonizing, the Netherlands came out of the war recolonizing, and we have a Dutch term for it, but I thought it's appropriate to translate that into English as special military operation, Specjalna Wojenna Operacja, which lasted a couple of years. And the Dutch soldiers came there with the idea of being like the Americans and the British, liberating the locals, but in fact it turned sour quite quickly. And so interestingly, this all happened in the middle of the emergence of Israel, the proclamation of independence, and the Dutch kept very, very silent, because by supporting Israel, they would antagonize the majority of the Muslims in the world who happened to be living in the area that they wanted to recuperate. So that brought the Netherlands in an interesting position relative to Islam, and also brought it into diplomatic isolation. So soon, Dutch soldiers, and certainly now recently, more and more photographic evidence emerges that shows Dutch soldiers in roles not much different of the Germans in Eastern Europe. But after the definitive loss of Indonesia, the Dutch government turned around and recognized Israel. And it's important to understand that these were all social democrats, and they saw it as a workers' paradise in a land without a people. So as it was sold, that is how it was bought by Dutch socialists, which is all well documented in recent studies. So the Netherlands entered World War II as a major ally, and they came out marginalized. And unfortunately, the layout of my presentation is a bit destroyed by porting it to a Microsoft presentation. But the Dutch really saw themselves as a great power, and they were quite frustrated that they were not taken seriously, which is also quite interesting. And they kept pushing on in New Guinea until 1962, and after these 15 years, the Netherlands lost all standing in the post-war order. And that is when, to recover its place, the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs put the armed forces in the shopping window. They literally offered it. In one stroke, the Netherlands had promoted itself to the largest supplier of United Nations standby forces. And then amusingly, the armored infantry battalion they offered was not really what they wanted. And in case you don't know what it is, it's like 54 armored cars and 500 men and supporting units. Now, a quick impression of how I fit in this all. I entered as a student of Slavic languages, and then in Russian I discovered that there was an enormous literature about the conquest of Central Asia by the Russians, and turned it into they turned it into a field that nobody knows about. So the quick association is Old Slavic, Russian, and the Cyrillic script produces actually Turkic languages, and the Turkic languages are originally written in Arabic, and that brought me in the field of Arabic. And that career change from Turkology to truckology. I became a truck driver in the Middle East. And so that is how, and in order to explain how the Cold War fits in, you could actually quite safely drive from the Netherlands all the way to Pakistan. And when I discovered that, I wanted to join it. So I joined a company that operated from an obscure town in the Netherlands all the way to Karachi. And then simultaneously, you have this disaster in South Lebanon. 1978, Israel invades South Lebanon, and it's pushed out under pressure of the United States, and the UN is kicked their asses to do something about it, and you see a whole layout of international units. And the Israelis did never succeed, did even try to get into the town of Tyre, but they also never succeeded in really cleaning it. And aware of that, they inserted also their own militias in front of Lebanon, and that caused the French battalion to have so many losses that they pulled out. And so that's in 79, and simultaneously, the mandate was get the Israelis out, which they never did, keep South Lebanon demilitarized, which was by definition impossible, and restore Lebanese sovereignty, which was impossible because it was in the middle of a civil war. And then what nobody knows is there was an Iranian army unit already from under the Shah, and that was staffed with Savak, the Iranian Gestapo. And these elements were chasing anyone who was in support of secularizing the Shia population. And the leader of this group was murdered, disappeared. So, and then in 79, you have the revolution, which cuts the road, of course, and causes the Iranian battalion also to pull out of UNIFIL. And then the Dutch are asked to join. And the Dutch were busy with something totally different. This turned up later after the Cold War. There were plans to throw nuclear bombs all the way to Rotterdam, which was the hub in supplying American support for NATO. So there were plans. Yeah, okay, then. Well, let me then quickly go to the point. The Dutch were forced in because no one else wanted to join under these conditions. And that brings me into the military. We were the only ones who had Arabic speakers. But now the letter itself, it's the Lebanese were actually quite happy to see the Palestinians out. It's written by. So here it is. As Dutch unit, we were the only ones who had Arabic speakers. And this Major Norton was an Arabic speaker with the observers. And he writes, and this is where it gets, it's very difficult to find anyone in official Washington who is both concerned and willing to do something to reverse the process, which I will say in a moment. I do believe that the Israelis totally misunderstand the hazards that lay ahead of them. That's what we're now seeing today. And it's spotted in 1983. And what he says is the Miftah Sabr Miftah al-Faraj means the patience is the key to deliverance. This had always been the attitude of the Shia population. They suffered a lot, but they took it. And then there was a statement by a leader to stop tolerating this. And it could have militarized the secular elements, but they were deleted by the Israelis, and instead it militarized. This is, by the way, the leader of them, and he asked me, the letter asked me to say hi to him, so I was actually communicating with this man. He was murdered. He was leader of the Amal militias, and instead we're now dealing with the Hezbollah, and you see that this is how it happened very early on, and it was spotted by Dick Norton, who unfortunately died of cancer. And I myself continued my work in encoding civilization in the context of the digitization, which is the root of artificial intelligence. Okay. Yeah. And well, yeah. Oh wait, but this is of course my finding.
Could they switch off? Thank you. Oh, Maya.
Thank you so much. And it's a pleasure to be here. The last time I think not at this stage, but this conference was in 2021 when we still had pandemic, and we've been talking as well about how the future should look like. and how Europe should look like. And yet, 5 years later, we are in a very different place. And I think as we see already at the stage, it's depending from where are we coming from to what is our perception. And I could tell you that I'm coming from Gdańsk, the city where the Second World War started, and the solidarity movement has begun and started to build up into what is now the fall of the Berlin Wall, and coming into democratic movement. Yet, where we are right now, is the collapse of what we know, and we are witnessing it. Are we only witnessing it? How are we feeling about it? And since we had already quite some questions, who of you in this room feels secure about the future of the world? Yeah, I don't either. And I think that that's the most important thing, because we are humans. And first thing that we want in our lives, and we are making decisions based on it, is about feeling of security. And uncertainty and psychology, we very often connect with death. And that's the thing that we never know, right? And we never did. And we're in the moment when the old world is collapsing. But how we know it? We know it because each of us has a mobile phone in their hand. And I wonder how many of you starts the day with checking the news? Quite some hands, right? I don't anymore. I used to. I have my 1 hour of digital hygiene, and I think that is making me feel more secure while I'm starting the day. But what we are seeing in the stage, and talking about different perceptions, those different perceptions we are seeing in the social media. And for the past 30 years, the new information space has been developed. We used to have only certain media and information that were coming to us were very much controlled, right? They were checked, they were coming by the various sources in some countries, not in all of them. Sitting in Lithuania or being from Poland 35 years ago, they were not really independent, let's say so, but there were a lot of propaganda. And right now we have the new tool and the new space that is called the internet. And we never had discussed how it should look like, ever. And was just taken. The space was taken by the big corporations and by the algorithms that are eating on our emotions. And the strongest emotions we have is fear. And we are all in fear, especially since pandemic, because we are afraid of our future, we are afraid of dying, we are afraid of having a war on our borders if we're coming from the countries from this region, and we don't know what's going to happen. And if we're building the future based on this fear, that's where we cannot really see what the new technology and the innovation and the development can also bring. And I hope we're going to be talking about that, because I think that's where we need to focus. And with the foundation I'm running right now, we're working on the resilience building, because resilience building right now is crucial, right? When I came into this foundation, and I've been working with countering disinformation for the past 11, 12 years, since the first Russian invasion into Ukraine. And what we realized is about people. It's about us. And there is Bo Godat, that is an AI specialist, and he used to run AI in Google, and he left Google because he felt that the ethics in the company and in the way how the AI is developing are not serving the world. So he left and he wrote a book. And in the book, he's starting by saying that it's singularity moment. So when the machines are pretty much like coming into the merging of the humanity, and there are people sitting in the forest. And he only reveals at the end of the book whether those people are sitting there because they are coming back to their own relationships, or because they are running away from the machines. And I think if we're talking about witnessing, we need to start acting. And what we are lacking right now in the world is a vision of a future. And we have so many perspectives of why it happened. But I think that we all want the same. I think we all want the security. I think we all want to have a better future for our children. And I think that those are the questions that we need to ask ourselves and build this future on our dreams. And I hope that we are able to sit in here and speak about that a bit as well.
Thank you, Maya. Which brings us to the point, of course, that everything is interconnected, external issues and domestic issues. And while we've just been talking mostly about the international situation and the international rules-based order, many of our countries, my own included, are facing domestic political turmoil of one sort or another. And this is partly because mostly people vote on the basis of domestic concerns, economic concerns, standard of living, and so on, but also about their security. And the first responsibility of any government is to provide security for their people. And as many opinion polls have shown, one of the aspects that causes concern is uncontrolled immigration, which is one of the international challenges I didn't mention. So all of this is interrelated, and people face very uncertain times, and they start to vote for populist parties. And we're seeing this right across Europe. In Britain, we thought this wasn't going to happen. It has. Anyway, I'd like to go back to our topic, and Nicolas had some ideas for how we could reform the international order, and I'd like then to ask some of our younger participants in the audience if they have some ideas as to how we could get the international rules working again or try some new ones. Nicola, a couple of minutes for you.
Yeah, I don't know if I have solutions. Was teasing just to for
yeah.
The rest. But
yeah.
No, it's very difficult to answer these questions. How to go back to the former system? Maybe we have to realize what were the problems of our system. Why most of the people in Europe, a third. I have the number, a third of the European population, it's the case in my country, believe that the model of liberal democracy and free market is the source of our difficulties. And that Putin and Trump aren't so bad. That's a reality, 1/3 of the population. So opponents of the post-45 system have become genuine role models. Fortunately, this is not the case for everyone, but disinformation is clearly fueling a worrying trend, and artificial intelligence is not helping matters. So I'm truly sorry, but I have a very pessimistic view, and I think we must recognize that as far as international rules are concerned, the period from 1945 to the 1990s, founded on democracy, respect for human rights, and so on, was a historical interlude. That's really only concern, as I said, Europe, Western Europe, Japan, North America. And why, finally, why for 45 years did democracy, human rights, collective security, economic exchange progress worked without being challenged as they are today? I think there are 3 factors which explain that and which disappeared. And one of the difficulties today is to find a way to create a consensus on these among the societies. These 3 factors were that and it was particularly the case in Western Europe, the traumatic memory of World War II, then still fresh, fostered a consensus on the need to establish common rules and move towards democracy. And the generations that lived through the World War are disappearing. That's the first problem. Second one, the world was in reconstruction. Europe was in reconstruction with an emerging middle class and therefore without fear of social decline. And today the fear of social decline has become a constant of our societies and fueling populism. And the third problem, the debate on ideas was driven by organized, visible, and diverse actors who knew about to build an informed consensus. And social media today, by allowing everyone to express themselves on any subjects, has blurred the boundaries of verified and verifiable information. So what are the solutions today? I think I am a historian, so to continue teaching history, of course, and critical thinking, fight disinformation. It's I think, very important to promote all bottom-up initiatives, to give greater weight to institutions that give a voice to civil societies, and OSCE, for example, is a very good case, and to encourage an energy transition that reduce the influence of authoritarian regimes which enrich themselves and impose their rules, or rather the absence of rules through their natural resources. So it's, of course, a very general proposal, but I think we should follow this way to create a better world for us, for our children, with rules and real rules. I'll stop there for the moment.
Thank you. And to come back to my question earlier, is there anybody among particularly our younger audience who actually has some ideas as to how we could get back to a rules-based system in the world in 1 to 2 minutes? Any hands up? Anybody got any ideas? There's somebody. Could you stand up? And there's a microphone coming.
Yes. So I have watched the speech of Premier Minister Mark Carney in Davos, and I was really inspired by it because I think the idea that he presented, that countries, democratic countries that believe that the world should be ruled by rules, need to align themselves by values and interests and work together in not a worldwide community, but on specific issues to solve the problems of this world. And I believe that is the way forward to ensure that we do not lose the democracy in the world and do not succumb to authoritarianism. Yes, very shortly.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who would like to intervene? I don't think I see any hands. May I then briefly give the last word to Tom, who has some thoughts about AI. Do you want to go back? You have, fine. No, not the last word then. A brief comment on how we deal with AI.
AI is just a new tool. You could even consider it a crowbar. It's incredibly fast. If you write an article, you used to have to go to the library and find the books, wait for the books to be displayed to you, and then you have to search through. This all happens in seconds. The question is, who uses it? If you leave it to the bad guys, then you are threatened, but it's also available for the good guys. That's one observation. Another observation is that I tried to sketch a military background. This whole information technology is originally American military communications, and also the lettering, so the encode, the reducing of language to a small set of letters is an American telegraph procedure. Now, the Americans expected that the rest of the world by the 1980s would adopt American English as the new language of the world. And when this dream never materialized, they came with what I call a panic solution. It's called Unicode. And Unicode is a way to assign numbers that can travel over the internet to every character of other languages in a way that American computers get the semblance of functionality in other languages. But this is not really the case. They look functional in Russian or in Arabic or in Greek, but it's basically a visual effect. Often the decisions what to encode in a script system are made quickly and opportunistically by a small group of companies in which I sat. It's called the Unicode Technical Committee. I was actually a member of this committee, so I've seen how they proceed. And what you get is that other languages are reduced to shapes that can be rendered on a computer, and these shapes are numbers, and the numbers have the format that can travel the internet. But in the process, concessions are made that castrate the actual information. Now, what is AI? AI is just a very well, not it's among others a very powerful search and lookup system, and it can only find things that are there. And if you convert reality to a cheap reduction and then store the experience and knowledge of other civilizations than those in American English in this caricature of text, then that's only the kind of information that you're going to be able to harvest. So there's a lot of real work to be done by people who I call this cultural computing, that you do this with a degree of awareness of what are the graphemes in a script, are the actual signs, and the practical approach is typographical. If it displays on a screen in Bulgarian or in Korean, it's okay, and the computer sells. But the groundwork may deflect the actual information.
Interesting.
I have concrete examples of Arabic, but I won't bore you with that.
Interesting. Thank you. We're going to go to Maya, and then we're going to go to Andreas.
Thank you. And building on this, I think that what we really need is the ethics on AI and the new technology, and have more people actually working on it as well. We are having some things already. So we are having AI Act in Europe, right? We're having Digital Services Act, not everywhere yet, but hopefully they're going to support us. So we are having a law that can support our rules. Right now, what we are not having is the way how we communicate with the people, right? Because people are lost. They don't know where to go. And I think what we need to, again, come back in order to listen. Where are the flows? What are the problems? But what are the dreams as well? And in this, we can kind of find the solution that is common value. And we need to stop only thinking about Europe and United States as the core of the society if we are thinking about collapsing of the global world order, because there are other countries and the global south right now is really pushing. So I think we really need to find new alliances and think how we can build this world together instead of how we need to prevent this world of collapsing, because this world was not working already, right? I think we all see the flaws in it. So let's start to move on building something new while using the new technology, while using the AI. We're talking about how internet should look like. We all have, in every single country almost, the societal agreement, right? That is something that it's here for centuries, but we never had a societal agreement on the internet and the AI. And that is something that we can build together. But there's also something that we only can come together and cooperate. And in disinformation, countering disinformation, one of the things there is, and already governments are working on it, is the whole society approach. So it's important that businesses, civil society organizations, and governments come together and are able to counter the same issue. And I think that what we can do is also do that in the positive manner and bring it on the positive side. Because yes, we can be pessimistic and we have all the data to do that, but we also can really change the narrative and try to bring it on the positive note.
Good to have some positive thoughts from both of you. Andreas, have you got positive or negative?
I wanted to end positively, actually,
Great.
because I wanted to apologize to you people. You know, having an arms controller in the room is not the greatest thing. You think about it, I spend my days thinking about the various ways in which you can use megaton-sized weapons to kill millions of people in less than a second. I do this every day. You get a little bit crazy after a while when you do that. I had a staff meeting when people were saying, you know, we need to think about something positive. And I said, well, why? We're the merchants of doom, which in many ways we are. But when people like Nicholas come in and say, I'm a pessimistic guy, I was thinking, what a peculiar thing to come from an historian. Because I was thinking about people like Hobbes, who lived during the 30 Years' War, who had an incredibly pessimistic worldview, right? Do you agree? But since, I mean, he was at the height of violence on this continent. But since that time, where my own people, the Swedes, were a little bit nasty, you might say. But since that time, Europe has progressed quite a lot. The world has progressed quite a lot. The history since 1950 and onwards, since the formation of the United Nations and other things, we call the Great Acceleration, right? Every single indicator went up, 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 up. My grandfather lived in the best of worlds. Every year was better than the year before, like every single year. Do not think this has ended, people. In order to change the world, you need to understand the world, and you need to find the facts and figures and the data that enables you to do so. When you do that, you will see that most human development indicators are still on the up, up, up and going up. Generally, it's a positive place we live in. Generally, I prefer it over Hobbes' Europe, to be honest. Very much so. So I was just going to end with this saying that, yes, we do live in extraordinarily opaque times from our reference frame. We are also used as having a stable environment caused by the Great Acceleration. For us, this is unsettling. But overall, if you look at it, like Nicholas, write more. And I will end with that, actually. Overall, we live in a better place. On the right more. A friend of mine once has a mother. We all have a mother. She wrote to J.R.R. Tolkien. And she expressed her gratitude to Tolkien about all his, you know, literary legacy and all of this. She never expected to get a response. And one day a letter drops into the mailbox and it's Professor Tolkien writing back. And his advice was, write more. And I mean, that is my advice to you too. Put your thoughts onto paper. Gentlemen over there, put it onto paper. Write more. Help us change the world. Do not fear. Rest on the legacy of, you know, the Helsinki groups. I know it is scary, but they paved the way of us to be able to give us the opportunity to speak truth to power, right? Write more. Have no fear. Let's change this world.
Now, I would like to give the final word to anybody from the floor who has any comments on this wide range of thoughts that you've heard from this panel. Is there anybody who would like to? Yes, there's somebody who has something to say.
Hi, I'm Gabrielus, a third generation local, so I'm a bit privileged. I would like to push back on AI. As someone who's studying data science in Amsterdam, it's well, it's not exactly the magic solution that everyone makes it to be. Referencing the analogy with the library, it's not exactly the search engine, but it's more like library put in a blender. If I say words United States off, you would guess that the next word is America. And that's, with some reduction, is how AI works. It essentially guesses the next word coming after. So I would not suggest using AI to some degree. There's a lot of work need to be done. for it to be actually useful in governance. And speaking of governance, I've heard of this initiative in Vilnius, which is a citizens' assembly, which in a somewhat ironic way is another way to make a lottery into a governance form, which to some degree was how democracy was invented. So maybe you have some ideas about that. Maybe citizens' assembly focusing on special topics would be a response to current day and age. Thank you.
I love this idea, and there are so many cities, including my own, Gdańsk, that are using the Citizens' Assembly, and perhaps we need it like on the bigger scale, right?
So we reinvent democracy, in fact, in a slightly different way. We write more.
I mean, you know, right, but maybe not already like the books because nobody gonna read it, or not many. So also we can maybe, you know, put it out there in a way that people will follow what and how we want to build it, right? And make it in a way that it's also understandable for others and bring them on board.
And at a very simple level, if we have friends who, or contacts who have read lies on social media, push back. Tell them, give them the evidence that it's wrong, that it's a lie. Anyway, I think...
Or rather, give them the truth, because actually this doesn't work that much. It's also a peculiar moment of how you actually push back and when you go on disinformation. But I think like putting in the really well scaled information, what you believe in, your values, and what is truth, that's what algorithms like.
Absolutely, because if you didn't have rules, you'd probably find the need to invent them, because you would find it without them. Well, I know you would like to a lunch now, so I'd like to ask you to join me in thanking all of our panelists for today.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Speakers, thank you very much for this first panel. We'll go now for a lunch break. The speakers, if they could gather downstairs at the registration desk, then we'll take them where they get lunch. We will be back here at 3 o'clock, so 15 minutes late, and do the afternoon program. One question or one request, keep your badge, because we're actually in a museum, so this badge will give you entrance back into the building. And then if you are interested, this Shady Places collection point is just around the corner. Thank you. Good afternoon. If we can all take a seat. Welcome back. So we're now moving into the second block of the program, the current political climate. And we start with a presentation online by Jaroslav Rydzak. Jaroslav Rydzak, my apologies, I forgot my CV of him. So Jaroslav Rydzak is not a US diplomat. The word not disappeared. So he is a well-known Ukrainian historian, public intellectual, professor at the Ukrainian Catholic University in Lviv, and he is director of the Petro Yatsyk program for the study of modern Ukrainian history and society. He taught at Columbia, Harvard, and the Central European University, and is the author of numerous publications on the modern history of Ukraine. Jaroslav.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, at the very beginning, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the conference organizers for invitation to deliver this keynote speech. And I sincerely regret that I cannot be with you in person in Vilnius. I do hope, however, that the future brings an opportunity to meet you in person once again. But for now, I will be speaking to you online. I was invited to share my thoughts on Ukraine's role in the global world. Since I am not an expert in geopolitics, I cannot do it with adequate authority, I'm just a historian, a humble historian, and historians, however, possess one distinct advantage over the experts, and they are armed with historical perspective. This allows them to see sometimes things more clearly than other experts can. As Winston Churchill famously said, and I'm quoting here, the farther backward you can look, the farther forward you can see. This is particularly crucial under current circumstances, where everything is shrouded by the fog of the war, and there's a Trump as well, and the fog is not dissipating, but on the contrary, is growing thicker and thicker. Historians, of course, have their limitations. Unlike physicists or mathematicians, they cannot rely on simple and precise brief formulas. They are forced to resort to metaphors. And the metaphor I want to propose you is that the canary in the mine. For those who might not know it, let me remind you, this metaphor refers to a specific practice of coal miners. They use a bird to detect the toxic gases before the fumes can affect humans. This metaphor is not mine. I borrowed it from Adam Rotfield, the Polish diplomat and politician. He used it during a conference that was on the Ukraine. In Rotfield's word, Ukraine is precisely the canary in the mine warning the world of danger, specifically the West. So what is the Ukrainian canary sing about? How can I, as a Ukrainian historian of Ukraine, decode its song? So the first conclusion is very simple and obvious. It took the war in Ukraine to bring this conclusion into sharp focus. And the conclusion is straightforward. Evil does exist, and it must be taken seriously. I understand that this might sound like moralizing. However, this conclusion is, as I understand, is not that much in morality, but is in history. And let me just turn to historical statistics. So history reveal a simple fact that over the last 200 odd years, say since the Napoleon Wars, there have been only a few years with no wars began. We have not had a single year, however, without any war at all. Ironically, and here's the deepest irony of history, 1989, the year of the Berlin Wall fall, the year when Francis Fukuyama famously declared the end of history, this was the year that had one of the highest number of wars in history. In fact, the decade of the 90s, which immediately followed the fall of communism, witnessed more war, one said, than any decade since the time of Napoleon. Spellbound by the fall of communism, we fail to notice this. But this is exactly what such important thinkers as Albert Camus, Hannah Arendt, Leszek Kolakowski, and among the historians Tony Judd warn us about. Tony Judd wrote, and here I quote him verbatim, "A history that does not confront the sheer scale of the violence is not history at all. It's a myth." Tony Judd was the author of the masterpiece Post-War. In this book, he demonstrated that a peaceful post-war Europe built its future on desire to forget its recent past, and primarily World War II. And amnesia comes at a price. The more we forget violence, the more we invite it back. This is the lesson in current history. Let me just remind you that prior 2022, the year when the war began, most Ukrainians didn't expect a large-scale war. Neither did Zelensky, for that matter, despite numerous warnings. Now we're living through this war, and in a few weeks, and precisely on June 10th, 2026, duration of this war will equal to the duration of the First World War. And by all appearances, it will continue and drag on. Therefore, if Ukraine has one core message for the world, this is this. If you think that war is far away and does not concern you, think again. Putin has stated more than once or twice that he is not fighting Ukraine, but he is fighting rather the West in Ukraine. Europeans are debating whether or not Putin will go to war with Europe. Many analysts and politicians assert that Putin's plans are serious, and I believe it too. Yet only slightly more than half of Europeans, 31% to be precise, according to the most recent survey, believe there is a high or very high risk that Russia will go to war with their own country in the coming years. Whether this is a little or a lot, it's hard to say. but very least we see a shift in European attitude toward the Russian threat. They're beginning to take it seriously. However, believing in a threat is one thing. Doing something to avert this threat is another. Putin cannot start a war with Europe right now because it's stuck in Ukraine. In essence, Ukraine is currently buying time for Europe so it can rearm. In any case, the Latin proverb, si vis pacem para bellum, if you want peace, prepare for war, rings just as true today as it was right 2,000 years ago. And Ukrainian experience unfortunately proves it. So this was the first conclusion. The second conclusion that comes from the Ukrainian experience, you cannot compromise with the evil. This thesis is worth repeating over and over, especially now in the fifth years of the war. It's not just about Trump forcing Ukraine to peace deal for favorable to Russia. So it's about Trump too. When I say you cannot compromise with evil, I mean something else. I'm referring to the situation inside Ukraine itself. History shows us that democracies generally wage war more effectively than authoritarian regimes. However, democracies hold this advantage only when a war is short. If war drags on, these advantages erode. This is so-called hourglass effect. In any case, war is highly toxic. It inevitably poisons everyone, even those who are, so to say, standing on the good side of history. Ukraine was not a perfect state before the war. Even less so can it become flawless during a war. We hear about corruption scandals surrounding, if not Zelensky himself, then his closest milieu. Surveys show that Ukrainian society continues to display high resilience, yet at the same time, and especially after an exceptionally brutal winter, there is a growing number of people who want a truce. And while I was writing this speech, I received a letter from anxious Western correspondent and sent me a video of a Ukrainian girl at the front line wearing a symbol reminiscent of Nazi Germany on her uniform. This and other facts provoke a question in the West. Is Ukraine still worth helping if it's already corrupt, Nazi, etc., etc.? My answer is simple. Even that were true, Ukraine needs help all the more, so it becomes less corrupt, less Nazi, etc., etc. From a historian's perspective, if you want to understand the current situation in Ukraine, compare it to the situation of the end of 1918, since, as a reminder, our war is now appreciating the duration of the First World War. If we were to align our current calendar with the timeline of the World War, we would find ourselves somewhere in October 1918. Let me remind you, by that time, the Russian Empire was the first to collapse under the weight of the war. France faced a severe social-political credibility crisis, and it characterized by deep pessimism following heavy casualties and military stalemate in the French front. And Germany was on the brink of collapse, and it really capitulated just a month later. We see nothing of that sort in Ukraine. Despite all its flaws and challenges, Ukraine stands firm and keeps fighting. Putin believes that time is on his side. They think the Ukraine front is about to snap and that Ukraine will collapse. Military experts say otherwise. The front is not collapsing, and Ukraine is shaking but not breaking. Similarly, Ukraine is not a fundamentally corrupt country. Rather, it's a country fighting corruption. Corruption scandals with Zelensky's circle have led to dismissal and the launch of criminal investigation, and this demonstrates that given the highest, given the highest echelons of power, nobody could enjoy immunity from investigation and persecution. Yes, many people in Ukraine are disappointed with Zelensky, and they're looking for a new leader. But they also understand that the holding presidential elections during the war could end in a catastrophe, kind of suicidal. Therefore, Ukrainians are prepared to tolerate Zelensky, until the war's end. Simply put, Ukraine's numerous faults cannot serve as a basis for claiming that in duel with Russia, Ukraine is becoming just like a minor version of Russia. Such a thinking blurs the line between good and evil in this war, and it may lead to the conclusion that Ukraine should not be longer supported, but instead forced into truce. Such a decision could have catastrophic consequences. Just a few days ago, former world chess champion Garry Kasparov noted, and I quoted, and here is the quote, The war in Ukraine is like chess. It's black and white. Anyone who can tell you who is good and who is evil, there is a willful blind. But unlike in chess, there can be no tie in this war. It's a contest of good versus evil. If you do not accommodate evil, even halfway. Therefore, the conclusion is very simple. And this is what exactly conclusion that Kasparov draws. Ukraine must win, Russia must lose. We do not and cannot know when this will happen. In fact, no one can guarantee that it will happen at all. We must, however, keep fighting, because under current circumstances, peace could turn out to be worse than the war itself. This is exactly what happened. Let me remind you as a historian to the citizens of the Russian Empire after the collapse of the empire in 1917. Exhausted by the First World War and the revolution, Russians decided it was better to accept a horrific end than to endure endless horror. And their calculation proved wrong, and the consequences were tragic. The example of Ukraine speaks very convincingly here. Recent demographic studies show that shortest life expectancy in Ukraine occurred not during the First World War, but during the former peaceful 1930s, the decade of the Holodomor and Stalin depressions. And this is something very important to understand. Stalin is one of the ultimate heroes for Putin and many Russians. Yet in his malice toward Ukraine, Putin has surpassed Stalin. Stalin deeply distrusted Ukrainians, and during his rule, not a single Ukrainian was in power in Moscow and Ukraine. Putin's attitude toward Ukraine requires a different word. It's not a distrust, it's an obsession. Those who know him closely can confirm this. Much could be said about the root causes of this stance. Suffice it to say this is irrational. It's quite a rational feeling and therefore difficult to explain rationally. It's very much like trying to find rational explanation for Hitler's decision to exterminate the Jews. One way to another, Putin may pause the war and strike a truce. He will not, however, hold the war for as long as he lives. To do so would delegitimize his power and compromise his own safety. Therefore, Ukraine has no choice but to keep fighting. Ukraine is slow to quote, under such circumstances, Israel Prime Minister Golda Meir, who formally summarized the symmetry of the Middle East conflict by stating, and here I quote, "If the Arabs put down their weapons today, there would be no more violence. If the Jews put down their weapons today, there will be no Israel." The exact same applies to Ukraine. If Russia stops fighting, it simply ends the war. If Ukraine stops fighting, Ukraine will cease to exist. I understand that under current circumstances, any allusions or comparisons with Israel or to Israel are precarious. Unlike the Russian-Ukrainian war, the Arab-Israel conflict is not a clear-cut, black and white case anymore. But under current circumstances, the example of Israel makes sense in another context. According to the world's leading democracy index evaluations, Israel has been officially downgraded from a liberal democracy to electoral democracy. The United States experienced a trajectory remarkably similar to Israel's, but on an even steeper scale. In other words, we are witnessing a new trend. The balance of power between democracies and autocracies has completely flipped since the 2001, and the pinpoint was 224. It was the year when the total number of autocratic government officially surpassed the democratic ones. In other words, that shift occurred precisely during Russia-Ukrainian war. I'm not saying it happened because of the Russian-Ukrainian war. I do contend, however, that if Russia wins and Ukraine loses, this trend could become irreversible. We cannot afford to let Ukraine lose because its defeat will have a global repercussions. But its victory would also have equally global consequences. Let me just remind you that Olaf Scholz declared at the beginning of the war that this conflict is a Zeitenwende, a turning point. The trouble with the turning points in history is that sometimes at the turning point, history fails to turn. A classic example is the revolution of 1848, the Springs of Nations. It carried the hope that Europe would become a liberal continent. However, in 1948, liberal revolution lost its battle against monarchical counter-revolution, and they failed. And history fails to turn on the historical turning point. Yet, of course, we could take some comfort in the fact that centuries later, right at the end of the First World War in 1918, all the dreams and demands of the 1840 revolutionaries became everyday reality. In the long run, authoritarian regimes has no chance, but we don't live in the long run. As a John Maynard Keynes used to joke, in the long run, we all dead. Yet history offers some grounds for hope. Studying the statistic impact of wars lead to a certain conclusion. After war, things will get better before they get worse for those who survive. Let me just repeat it again, this kind of the complicated formula. Things will get better before they get worse for those who survive. And the chances of survival increase, however, when you do not submit to evil, but to strive to resist it and overcome it. Ukraine belongs to a specific category of the states, and this is a historical conclusion. This type of the states that Ukraine belongs to is called young nation states. They emerge from the ruins of the old empires, and it takes them a considerable amount of time to mature and stabilize. It's said that on average, the maturation process takes 50 years. So to say we are currently in the 35th year of Ukraine independence, so we can say we are in transitional adolescent phase of teenager, if I may say so. Applying this historical perspective to our times, we can confidently state almost all young nation states have gone through similar periods of war's revolution, like the one that Ukraine is experiencing today. If you want to better comprehend the problems and challenges of modern Ukraine, we should compare it to other nation states if the 35 years of their independence. For the United States, it will be 1811, for France, 1824, for Poland, 1953, and so on and so forth. I won't go into details here. I will only repeat that many of these young national states endured a similar trial political instabilities, wars, and revolutions as Ukraine does nowadays, and Poland even completely vanished from the full world map during the World War II. It took these young states several decades to normalize their existence. The turning point was the rise of elites who pushed through the reforms, and they steered their country into different historical trajectory. Crucially, and this is something very important to stress here, this kind of shift occurring during a crisis. It is precisely during the crisis that consensus emerges. Things could no longer get any worse, but they certainly can get better. So after 4 years into the war, it's clear that Putin will not succeed in defeating and erasing Ukraine from the map of the world. On the flip side, by unleashing the dragging of this war, he is stalling the Russian future. The shortest Russian joke right now goes like this, and I heard it from words of the Russian oppositional leader. This shortest joke sounds like a будущее России, the future of Russia. It appears that Russia has no good options left for the future. Its choice is narrowed down to bad and even worse scenarios. Ukraine, however, has a different choice. It can choose between a bad scenario and a good one. The worst post-war scenario for Ukraine is not that it disappears as a result of the war. The worst case scenario for Ukraine is stagnation. Ukraine will definitely survive, but devastated by war and poisoned by the post-war apathy, it will stagnate rather than develop. Its most driven and talented citizens will leave the country, and those who fled Ukraine during the war will choose not to return. So this is the worst case scenario of stagnation. The best case scenario is the leap of a tiger, if I may use this kind of metaphor. It demands implementation of absolutely vital political, economical reforms and put Ukraine on another historical trajectory. If I had to place a bet on one of these scenarios, I would bet on the second best scenario. And my value is not a blind optimism, but calculated assessment of history. For as history shows, at the point of the highest tensions, nations, more often than not, find the strength to shatter the cycle of stagnation. And under our circumstances, Ukrainian prospect of joining the European Union also fuels this optimism. Through investments and new rules of the game, Ukraine gains extra window opportunity for growth. And here I'm coming to my final point. What else the Ukrainian canary might be thinking about? This point is again not entirely mine, I borrowed it from a group of Ukrainian intellectual and businessmen who recently debated about the future of Ukraine. And as a historian, I could only sign my name after this conclusion. So here is the message. Moving into the fifth year of the war, we should stop talking about Ukraine neither as a victim country or a hero country. Both are true. Obviously, we also talk about Ukraine that is deeply exhausted by the war. By none of these truths captures the whole picture. Almost everyone who visits Ukraine from the West is astonished. Many of them brace themselves to see something resembling Gaza. Instead, they find a country where everything functions just like in the West and sometimes even better. Where others see ruins, Ukrainians are advancing technologies, opening schools and clinics, setting restaurants and hotels, and creating music and art, and so on and so forth. Therefore, we must look at Ukraine not as a country of ruins, but as a country of new historical opportunities. Ukraine is showing the world a new quality necessary in times of crisis. How not just survive, but actually develop. The old formula of 1 to 100, change through trade, failed miserably. It was the formula that was applied to Russia, and it just to get a reversal effect. If anything, Ukraine offers a different formula, and I would claim it or name it reborn in the storm. So it's not a kind of, again, pathetic words. It's a kind of the hope that arises from reality, historical reality. Because the entire history of Europe can be described as an endless sequence of crises and wars. In short, crisis is another word for Europe. Yet after almost every such a crisis, Europe managed to find a resolution. Quite often imperfect, perhaps that one was not quite, so to say, give a long-term results, but still, it propelled and forward chance for a reasonable, tolerable life. What is more, given Europe's distinct place in the world, these solutions, which were pragmatic solutions, carried global significance. So my claim is the difference between past crisis and the current one is that previously solutions were crafted without Ukraine and frequently at the Ukraine expense. Now, however, Ukraine has become an active agent. It's no longer just Europe's problem. It becomes Europeans' opportunity. We didn't start this war. It's not in our power to end it. But since we have already found ourselves in it, let's make the absolute most of this hard-pressed need to change ourselves and change the world. And that's likely the main song for Ukrainian country is singing today. Thank you, and Slava Ukraini.
May I now invite the next keynote speaker on stage, Robert Serry. He is a former Netherlands ambassador with extensive experience in multilateral diplomacy and international crisis management, having served with the United Nations and NATO in the Middle East and in Eastern Europe. He was the UN envoy for the Middle East peace process, was Director Crisis Management and Deputy Assistant Secretary General for NATO. He also served briefly as Special Advisor to the UN Secretary General on the crisis situation in Ukraine during 2014, and had the pleasure of being arrested by the little green men. And as a Dutch diplomat, he was posted inter alia Moscow and New York, and he was the first ambassador of the Netherlands in the newly established Ukraine. Robert, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you for inviting us here. Thank you for your hospitality. I'm sorry that I can only join you now. I wasn't able to attend this morning's meeting, but I'm already fascinated after what I have just heard from Professor Jaroslav Rizak. It's difficult for me actually to continue now, but I will try to do so also interactively, bearing in mind what he has just been telling us, because I think he has been telling us a few very important things. So I will actually a little bit change what I was going to say, but by making it more also a reaction to a number of important points which I think he raised. It began with the canary in the mine and the question whether we get it, what is happening. My short answer to that would be, perhaps we here in Europe, yes, I think we're getting it better and better, and I will say more about that later on. But definitely on the US side, of course, something dramatic has happened with the election of Donald Trump. Before that, of course, you could say that the US was also getting it. Something that should be so easy for us. I totally agree also what he said. This is a clear case of good and evil. Much more complicated than that Middle East issue in which I have been involved for such a long time also during my career. And I may say a bit more about that later too. But what we have seen, of course, with the re-election of Donald Trump in the White House, is that the US at this point is at risk of actually joining the autocratic world. It's not yet there, I hope. We will have important elections, midterm elections at the end of the year. By the way, also in Israel are going to be important elections by the end of the year. So I don't want to be completely, let's say, pessimistic about what could happen in these countries, because also the professor was rightly telling you that Israel has moved already away from a democracy into that autocratic direction. I've been recently publishing a book in the Netherlands, which, by the way, will also be translated into English. I hope it will be available also in June. I'm making there a comparison between Putin and Netanyahu. And there are so many similarities there. If you think about Putin is indeed obsessed with Ukraine because he is obsessed to re-establish the Russian Empire. So he doesn't want Ukraine. Ukraine is a problem for him. Same for Netanyahu when it comes to the Palestinians. That's a problem. He wants Eretz Israel. He wants to jump over the Palestinians and then try to make peace with the Arab countries. And he was actually quite successful in doing so with the help of Trump during his first presidency, but also during Biden. And then we had 7 October. 7 October had a lot to do with what was happening at the time. Saudi Arabia was about also to join the Abraham Accords. So it wasn't a complete, let's say, I'm sure that the Hamas attack was linked also to that, and also to Iran, of course. But okay, I don't want to go too much into that direction because we're going to talk here more about Ukraine. But one thing also to say that for me, 2014, it's right what you said there. I was still in Jerusalem, and Ban Ki-moon, the then Secretary General, by the way, a very I can now say what I like, but if you compare him with his successor, he at least sent me to Ukraine. He sent me to Crimea. He used Article 99 of the Charter proactively. That article of the Charter gives a Secretary General the prerogative to take an initiative and send a senior advisor to be informed about what is going on, in particular when it concerns a crisis that can that are a threat to the stability and security in the world. So he did that at the time. 2014 for me. Here maybe I'm slightly disagreeing with the professor. I think that everything already started in 2014 and not in 2024. In 2014, of course, many Ukrainians consider that to be the beginning of the war. There is this connection with what happened on the Maidan, the flight of Yanukovych, and then the annexation. But we were sleepwalking as the West into it. We believed that it was just what happened in the eastern Ukraine, that we could deal it as another frozen conflict, like the other frozen conflicts in Moldova and also in Georgia. So we have not been seeing the signs. We haven't been seeing the canary. I do feel that we do see the canary now, certainly in Europe. And in fact, what you have seen since 2022, in these 4 years, that actually Europe and Ukraine have been growing closer together. In fact, our security is now it's a bit of an daring, but I believe, yes, let me put it in this way. I believe that in the future, if Ukraine stays with us, if Ukraine, which is already the strongest army in Europe, is actually embedded into European structures, if we keep our promise and Ukraine becomes one day also a member of the EU, then that will be more important than Article 5 for us in terms of our own security. And here, this is also what you should realize, that what has changed. And here again, very interesting what Professor Hitzak was telling us. Let's stop looking at Ukraine as a victim indeed only. Yes, they have been victims and they're still victims and so many people are suffering. Yes, they're enormously heroic people. I know of no other people at the moment that has been fighting so hard for their freedom and to become part of us, to become part of Europe. But something has changed. Ukraine has become a player itself. Ukraine has cards. Ukraine has been able, during this war, to set up a defense industry where they are now producing the smart drones, the smart missiles. At this point, it is so that the biggest American airbase in Saudi Arabia is protected by Ukrainian drones. We don't hear Trump, of course, talking about it, but that's a fact. So if you go back to that abominable first meeting between Trump and Zelensky in the White House, and that Trump was claiming you have no cards. No, it's not true. Ukraine has cards, and it's playing it also out smartly at this point. You know what Zelensky has been doing also. He went right away to the Gulf to improve Ukrainian relations with these Gulf states, which need this Ukrainian technology so desperately. So things have changed, and I have a feeling, and I don't want to sound overly optimistic, because this is a terrible war, and I also actually hope that this war will end. I don't believe in Pierre and Moha any longer, in the sense of that the war can only end when Ukraine has first recovered all of its territory. That would be meaning so many more. I don't even think that Ukraine has the soldiers for doing a thing like that. Short of a total collapse, of course, of the Russian army, which at this point is also unlikely. The mutually hurting stalemate, which is a term which is probably familiar with you, is already long there, in my view. The only reason why it isn't happening is another thing which Professor Hitzak was telling us. Putin is not rational. His problems only start when he stops the war. His problems inside Russia. And that is also why he will continue to go on as long as possible. Well, that brings me then to Europe. I've been telling you that, in my view, Europe is kind of getting it. What does that then mean? What should Europe then be doing now? Well, first of all, obviously, doing more of the same, in the sense of that the support which Europe has been giving, the loan which is now being provided after Orban is gone. These are all the good things that Europe could do. So it should continue then also with the sanctions and all that. But there is so much more that Europe can already do now, in my view. And that is, secondly, we have to create now and become serious about an autonomous European defense structure. That is something, by the way, which we did not do in the 50s after the Second World War. You remember General de Gaulle? France at the time, really going for a European part within NATO. Well, we didn't trust the French enough for doing that, but I hope that now, one of the conclusions we are drawing, and should be drawing from what is happening now, the cannery metaphor again, is that we have to become absolutely serious about this. Well, I have been working in NATO. I know how NATO works. NATO is at this point still an organization that can only function if the US is behind it. And the US is no longer behind it. But inside NATO, we already have the Berlin Plus arrangements, the so-called Berlin Plus arrangements. Actually, I helped to negotiate them when I was actually at the time in Brussels. These arrangements are already in place for the EU to set up an autonomous operation. By the way, EU4 was the first example of that. The Berlin arrangements were agreed because S4, the NATO operation, was going to be taken over at the time by EU4. We can learn a lot of lessons from that. But a very other important thing here is that we actually involve Ukraine right from the start in what we are setting up. Ukraine should become part and parcel of what we are doing. And that is in our own interest. Here again, Ukraine has cards. It's in our own interest to do so. If we buy the Ukrainian missiles and Ukrainian drones, we get the best proven weapons and much cheaper than our own industries would be able to produce them. So this is a very important second thing. I see it already happening. It's coming. In my own country, I see, for instance, one example I can give you of my own country, in the Netherlands, that Ukraine has already been training Dutch drone pilots, so that they are actually already starting to work with this technology also in the Dutch army. That's one good example that I can give you. A third point, if we again the cannery, if we understand things rightly, then we should also keep Russian assets frozen and actually make sure that Europe will lead the reconstruction. I was horrified, I tell you, when I heard about Witkov discussing with the Russians how actually the reconstruction should be done. That would be the limit for me. If Europe would actually be sidelined on its own turf in terms of helping Ukraine after this war ends. So here again, it is important that we already work on that now. And not later, or actually then having to conclude that the Americans again are going to lead the reconstruction in Ukraine. So that's the third point I would like to share with you. Then another point, very important also, accountability. I come from Holland, from the place where we have the international courts. I don't need to tell you that we live in a violated world. What does international law mean at this point? But it always remains important, and certainly for the EU, if we want to be a value-based community, to keep accountability in sight. I know that it is not realistic to expect Putin anytime shortly in The Hague, but that doesn't mean that we have actually to take Russia responsible for what it has done. And connected to that, that means also that, of course, we keep the assets frozen and use them for reconstruction if Russia refuses to pay any reparations. The fifth point, and that is also what the professor already has been referring to, is that, of course, we have to fulfill the promise of EU membership for Ukraine. That is something we actually already promised to Ukraine in the beginning of the war. You all remember it. The decision was taken. Then we have had the first phase of the negotiations have been completed now, and now the actual phase of opening the negotiations, the so-called clusters, has to begin. I'm somewhat optimistic that after Orban is gone, that this is going to happen. But let's look at it a bit maybe from an European geopolitical vantage point. Let's be realistic. I don't believe that it is possible that Ukraine would become already a member of the EU by 2027 or 2028. I also think that it may have been a mistake by Zelensky to press so hard for a date, although I understand him so well and why he has been doing this. More recently, it was Friedrich Merz. I don't know whether you have noticed it. It's actually also in the papers right now. And actually, when I was in the plane flying here to Vilnius, I learned more about it. There is some serious thinking being done now in European circles, how to figure out a process with as the end point, and that should be very clear, a full membership. We are not talking here about membership light. That would be a betrayal to Ukraine, and not in our own self-interest, I tell you. But the idea now is that Ukraine would be given already some sort of associated membership, meaning that Zelensky can participate in all the European summits, that Ukrainian ministers can participate in councils, but for the time being without a voting rights. And also that there also would be already Ukrainian parliamentarians participating in the European Parliament, but again, not yet with voting rights. And another part of this, very important part of this, is that we already should open up now that very important Article 27 of the EU Treaty, about which is in fact a kind of an EU Article 5. Ukraine should be directly associated with any European deliberations about that article in the future too. If we do all that, then I believe that we help Ukraine to actually be successful in the second scenario just mentioned by the professor, where it indeed will be step by step dealing with the corruption. Yes, there is corruption in Ukraine. I go often to Ukraine. I hear also from people what is happening. So we cannot gloss over it. That's also why I feel that the criteria, the EU criteria, have to be taken seriously in Ukraine's own interest, to make sure that Ukraine is completing this transition to a democratic country, which was, after all, what all those people on Maidan wanted. You remember all those EU flags in 2014? My wife is Ukrainian. I still go to Ukraine, and I will never forget what my mother-in-law told me when I left Ukraine after 4 years, so after independence. And I was telling her that I was not particularly looking forward to go back to boring Holland. And then she looked at me and she said, "Boring? Please give me a little piece, kusочек, of your boredom." That's basically what it is all about, and what Putin is trying to prevent because of his obsession. But Putin, I'm also convinced, with the professor, has already lost the war. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert, for a inspiring presentation. We now have the last part of the program today, which is a panel discussion moderated by Janet Anderson. And if I can ask to come forward Dustin Bird, George Kent, Margarita Sheshogita, Hans Brask, and Helmer Krane.
Since 19...
into an AI language learning model, large learning model. That's what it's called. What would we find? We would find that to be able to be a moderator for this event, what do you need to be? You need to be slightly older, woman from the United Kingdom, and you need to be called Janet. And this is absolutely clear. So if we have any other candidates of people who would like to moderate for Robert van Foren, just remember you need to change your name. I think the other two calculations, you know, our age and where we come from don't matter, but Janetness really does. So thank you very much to the other Janet for her moderation earlier. Now I have my wonderful panel for us to finish off with. Robert had promised he'd never squeeze 5 people onto a panel. Here we are, 5 people, and we have 5 great people. Now, Yaroslav just described himself as a humble historian. I could describe myself as a humble journalist. Have you ever heard a journalist describe themselves as humble? My goodness, it's just not in our nature. But of course I am when I am faced with my panel. The thing that struck me from what Yaroslav said, many different elements, but if you think the war is far away, think again. I was down yesterday, as I'm sure many people have recounted, in my basement with my daughter, who's here in the audience today, because we were required with the red alert to actually protect ourselves from the drone. The war is not far away. Now, Robert Seri, thank you very much, described how Ukraine is showing us the way forward, drone development, how it's playing its cards very well, and spoke about the potential for Ukraine to become embedded into European structures in the future. So I'm going to ask my 5 commentators to pick up various responses. We have this huge title. You have realized what the title is. You can say anything you want, any of you, but I'm going to introduce them each individually and ask them to pick a couple of points to make. Then we'll lob some questions at them. Then I'll open it over to you, and then we'll do some wrapping up for the day. So I hope that that suits you all very well. Our first commentator is Margarita Sheshurgite. Margarita is a professor and director at the Institute of International Relations and Political Science here in Vilnius at Vilnius University. Margarita, what points would you like to make on the current political climate?
I think that I'd like to pick up what the professor, humble historian, was saying, and I'd like to provide an opinion of humble political scientist on the decline of democracy. Because I think that what we are facing today in the world and in our societies, it is related to the decline of democracy, or what is happening in the societies and in the international politics is affecting the democracy. We've been facing the decline of the democracy basically since 2016. There's less number of democracies in the world, but not only, the standards of democracy were falling in democracies. And this is a very dangerous phenomenon for those who live in the democracies. Why is it happening? And I happened to read the book of US diplomat, the professor Richard Horse, The Bill of Obligations. And he was naming 3 main reasons why the democracies are declining. First of all is the economic frustration, which has become very pressing, in particular after 2008, that people do not have hope in state, that the state would provide the security, would provide stability and fairness. They do not have hope for the future. And this is a very strong frustration that produces polarization within the societies, and that's how it affects the democracy, because people do not trust in the state, in the future of state. Another important thing is the democracies are declining when democracies start behaving as autocracies, and that's relevant both internally and also externally. So when the governments use emergency powers more frequently when it's needed, when political leaders personalize the power, that's a very fertile situation for the democracy decline. And we've been facing this in particular during the COVID-19 situation, when the people were detained at homes, and some of the governments also took the excessive powers. But we are also seeing this in limiting the freedom of media, in limiting the freedom of some of the institutions. And last but not least, what he said, it was about the social media. Social media disturbs how we live, because it transforms political life profoundly. It rewards outrage, polarization, emotional mobilization, and simplification. So the authoritarians or those leaning towards authoritarianism feel empowered in these circumstances. And we are seeing, you asked for two examples, two trends internationally and also with the societies that we live in. In the international relations, we see that the rules we used to know based on the liberal democracy are not relevant any longer. It's about transactionalism, it's about business interests, it's about informal networks. And when the hegemon stops behaving as and protecting the values that it is imposing, the global order starts dissolving. So we are seeing this dissolution of democracies on the global level, and that opens the window of opportunity for the autocracies to have advantages in the games that they are playing. And they further corrupt the order, and they corrupt democracies from within. Because when democracies starts behaving as autocracies, that there is a sliding of the standards of democracies. People do not trust these democracies any longer. Another important trend is that this situation is favorable for autocracies due to the openness of democracies. Democracies in this current stage of the international order and also with the advance of the technologies are very vulnerable. And in order to protect themselves from the intrusion from outside, they have to close a bit, at least those things that they value. And when they are starting to close, to regulate certain things, they start behaving as autocracies. And this is like a vicious circle that we are facing on two levels, both internationally, but also it cascades to the national level. Having said this, I don't want to end up on a very negative note, and I don't say that decline of democracy automatically means that autocracies will win, because autocracies are also having a lot of vulnerabilities, like lack of accountability, corruption, suppression of innovation, fear-based governance, and we have seen with the cases like Hungary that sometimes the turn towards autocracy might be reversed when the society believes in the power of agency. That is very important, and this gives the hope. However, I think that we in democracies do not have to be too complacent and start raising the questions how we live in this new world, in this new society. And there are three major questions that we have to ask ourselves. First of all, how to rebuild trust, because I think that the lack of trust is one of the major issues in what is happening. How to reduce inequality and polarization, because these things are connected. This is the second question. And the last question is how to protect our openness without becoming weak and without turning into autocracies. So I think that if democracies, and in particular the societies in democracies, will start asking those questions and doing something about these questions, we will still be able to reverse the trend of the decline of the democracy. Because I still believe that democracy is the best form of the governance, as paraphrasing Winston Churchill. Yes, I'll stop here.
Thank you very much, Margarita. I note that you do not provide the answers here. So we're going to...
We have a big panel.
We have a big panel. So I place the challenge that Margarita has put towards you: rebuild trust, reduce inequality, protect what we value, but not to, but still to allow things to be renewed and open? How do we do that? And of course, we'll have the answer, won't we? So let us turn now to Hans Brask. Hans is currently Senior Vice President for Governmental Relations at European Energy, and of course he is well known here in Vilnius as the former Danish ambassador. So could you pick up the couple of points that you would like to make?
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. It's really been a pleasure to following the discussion here today, and also compliments to Robert that he continues with the Sakharov and celebration this year of the Helsinki Final Act. It's good to come here and get a little bit stronger spine and get back to the roots of human rights and the defenders and those who stood up. And I think it is a good moment to remind ourselves of those figures, because I think this time we are in, where it's all about power, it's good to remind ourselves of some principled people, because I think we need them in the time we are in. I have chosen two issues that I would like to but maybe I won't be too long. But the first one is one very much related to current political agenda in Denmark, but also trying to portray that we have a difficult international environment. I would, of course, also have loved to talk about Ukraine and Russia, but I thought I would take another perspective, because I think most of us will agree of much of what's been said on Ukraine. So I would like to say what has happened in Denmark and Greenland this week, because this week President Trump's special envoy, Jeff Landry, was in Nuuk in Greenland. He was not invited, but he came together with the ambassador and participated in an economic conference on the future of Greenland. The special envoy he has never been hiding what his job was all about. It was to fulfill President Trump's wishes to get Greenland. You all remember he said, we'll get it one way or the other. And he has never said that he will not use force to get Greenland. And we know from Danish media that Danish soldiers were sent there, and they were sent there with blood transfusion. They were sent there with ammunition to blow up the airfields. So I mean, this was really serious. Never have we had such a situation in Denmark since the Second World War, and this was an ally. We have a little bit of lack of trust in this ally at the moment. It's a breach of trust, one can diplomatically say. But what I think is interesting, also from having served here for 8 years, is to have witnessed firsthand all the different types of hybrid threats that came from Russia. Misinformation, meddling in election, pushing of migrants over the border, and all of that. We learned that here. But what we're seeing now from an ally is also that hybrid threats, some of the same tactics are being used towards us and the Greenlanders. Because Jeff Landry didn't come alone, he had taken a doctor along. The reason for that is that Trump and Landry have offered to send a hospital ship to Greenland. And the reason being that the medical level in Greenland is not the same as in Denmark. Maybe one can appreciate there's a different context. And it is a sore point. I mean, we would love to have a better health system in Greenland. So it is a controversial issue between Danes and Greenlanders, and this is exactly where they are intervening, trying to create division between Danes and Greenlanders. And this is part of the tactics of pleasing the Greenlanders and trying to get them on their side and demonstrating that we did not do a good job, as they have been saying. We've not been a good ally, we've not been doing a good job. So, I mean, we are living in different times, and I think that we are not going to be the ones to push the Americans out of NATO, but we have now a little bit more realistic view of international affairs and our ally. Before all of this, the Danes were the biggest supporter of the Americans, I think even in Europe, maybe even higher than the Lithuanians. Today, we are the most critical in Europe towards the Americans, and that has happened overnight. So it has been said earlier today, Europe needs to pull itself together. We need to be able to defend ourselves. We are all for that. And I think we have learned it firsthand. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll turn to America in a little bit towards the end of this these panelists, and it would be interesting to hear if you have a response to the idea of pushing the US out of NATO, even though that was prefaced by the words of "we are not planning," but why not? But first, let's stick with Europe, and we have now Helmer Crane, a German politician from the Free Democratic Party, Deputy State Chair in Schleswig-Holstein. So are you a humble politician, maybe? And you would like to give us your couple of points that you would like to make on the current political climate?
Yeah, I think you have to be very humble when you're from Germany at the moment, because at the moment it feels very like a paradise. Our government hasn't been taken over by an authoritarian government yet. But at the same time, I see the polls nationwide. The authoritarian AfD is heading. We are going to have elections on state level in autumn. There's a state, Saxony-Anhalt, where the AfD is heading with 42%, I think. So an outright majority is a realistic scenario. And so when I thought about this very broad topic about the current political climate, I think what I can share, which has maybe a meaning beyond Germany, is that there is a psychological imbalance, I feel. And I think it has a lot to do with those things you said earlier. So what do I mean with this? Although the authoritarians in Germany haven't taken over yet, they are already spreading authoritarianism psychologically in the discourse. And what do I mean with that? When I talk to an industry worker voting for AfD, and he's telling me, oh, those unemployment benefits, they need to be abolished because they are for lazy people. And one sentence later, he tells me that his partner cannot live without unemployment benefits. Then this doesn't make logical sense. It doesn't make sense. But there's an Italian philosopher, Antonio Gramsci, who described that political concepts gets way more powerful when they turn into beliefs, culturally, emotionally. And that's what they succeeded in Italy with Trump and the USA, and also in Germany. And that really makes it possible for them to absorb any things which don't fit together. Because when you believe, you don't ask questions about logic. And at the same time, they are deliberately attacking the psychological center of democracy in Germany and also outside. What do I mean by that? For example, we have in Germany a very strong parliamentarian rights system. They can ask and file in questions to ministries and administrations, usually to get information. Authoritarians abuse those systems not to gain information, but to create suspicion. They ask questions about migration and crime together, suggestive questions about NGOs, political activists, and they spread fear. They twist existing constitutional principles, like, for example, the principle for equal treatment, into something we never heard of, like a principle of strict neutrality of the state, even towards attacks on democracy. But let me tell you, there is never meant to be that liberal democracies needs to be neutral towards attacks against them. And what the result of this is very profound. Although they are not in government yet, institutions become timid, civil servants become very cautious by applying the law, financial programs to fund democracy projects are cut already, and the political discussion narrows. And people have now the feeling that defending minority rights, advocating for Europe or for equality, things which are in our constitutions, are no longer mainstream. And that's my closing remark, is what you described, the frustration with democracy, and that, or what Robert said about the boredom of the Netherlands, is a problem of psychological imbalance, what we have at the moment. There's one side on fire to change and destroy the system, and the other side is standing there and saying, oh, liberal democracy was so successful, and now we are defending it. Defending? Why we are not talking about attacking for it, like improving it, talking about social mobility, talking about affordable housing. So I think as long as we don't address this psychological imbalance, we have a problem in our political climate.
Thank you. Let me turn now to Dustin. Dustin has a very special talent, which we've been joking about. But in fact, I'm just hearing something in the background. No, his special talent is, I believe, in something to do with analyzing Trump. Yeah. So Robert already gave, Robert Van Foren gave his analysis. George gave his analysis. Over to you.
Okay, yeah, so I'm a philosopher and a political psychoanalyst.
I'm sorry, I should have said professor of philosophy and religion at the University of Olivet in the United States. Yeah. I do apologize.
Oh yeah, and they could tell by the accent and the fact I'll probably try to make jokes through the whole thing. But, you know, already, as you mentioned, Robert gave a very pessimistic image of America, of my country. I'm a patriot, I love my country, but I tend to agree with his pessimism. Of course, he did it very persuasively, so I was already pessimistic this morning. And then George came on and gave a more optimistic evaluation of America, and so I felt better, becoming more optimistic, so I'd like to thank you both for making me schizophrenic in this morning. You know, but
does that not represent the country itself?
Oh, yeah. Look, America was born with a divided spirit, and that divided spirit continues to this day. And it's just much more exaggerated now because of a lot of things like technology and social media, but it was always in many ways a divided spirit, and it continues. So yes, one of the things that I did over the course of Trump's first term is I tried to figure him out from the philosophical side. My philosophical training is, okay, he's another politician. We talked about predictability this morning. What does philosophy have to say about these people? How can I predict what he's going to do based on his political ideology or political philosophy? That became very apparent that the man doesn't have a political ideology. He doesn't have a political philosophy. Alexander Dugin, for instance, always says he's a paleo-conservative. Not even close. Not even close. There's other people who say that he's a libertarian. Not even close. You'll never hear Trump talk about libertarians or paleo-conservatives. He has no clue about that. That's not in his wheelhouse whatsoever. So if you can't understand him through political philosophy, how do you understand him? It became very clear that it wasn't political scientists or philosophers like me that were understanding him. It was political psychologists and political psychoanalysts. And to understand Donald Trump, you have to understand him through his psyche. That's what he's driven by at all times. He's driven by his psyche. So I want to ask you a question, and Americans, you don't get to answer this because you might know. But I want to ask you a question. This is very insightful on how the man thinks. Where is his first wife, Ivana Trump, buried? Yes, she's buried on his golf course in New Jersey. Why? That's right. Right. Taxes.
Can you repeat it?
Yeah, he gets a tax break because part of his golf course is now a cemetery. Right? Who thinks like that? What kind of human being thinks that? I mean, I have an ex-wife too. You know, I don't want to bury her in my property, you know what I mean? But, I mean, my God. But that is an entrance into how this man thinks, right? Because none of us would have come up with that. So, you know, I spent those years, the first term, and then now I have to update this again, writing this massive book on just understanding the man through his psyche, through his psychology, because you can't do it through you know, traditional political science. You want to look at? There's nice copies. They double as weapons. It's a very big book, you know. And so it's obviously I'm going to try to take 500 pages and reduce it down to 5 minutes. Oh, even less now, right? But if you want to understand him, you have to understand 3 nefarious character types that he is structured by. And the first one is malignant narcissism. Now, it is not news in any way, shape, or form that Donald Trump is a narcissist. I think we all know that. We're soon to have his picture, his image, and his signature on our money. His name is now on the John F. Kennedy Center for Performing Arts, on and on and on. There's names. He's going to have as many as the popes, you know, with their names on things. So, but a malignant narcissist is such an extreme narcissist that the entire world revolves around them. The entire world, not just their world, the entire world revolves around them. They praise themselves and demand praise from other people, not for the things that they've accomplished, but for simply walking into the room, right? If he walked into the room today, he would expect we would all cheer. For what? For walking into the room and being in our presence. That's an extreme form of malignant narcissism. The second core thing is Machiavellianism. He is an astute Machiavellian. He's not intelligent. We all know that. He's not very bright. Oh my God, the man's 80 years old and he still doesn't know the words to the American national anthem. At 80 years old, he doesn't know.
Because of dementia.
Right. But he's never known it, right? I would love to say, you know, but he's never known it. And he doesn't know the places in America, and I mean, on and on and on, right? And so, but you don't have to be intelligent to be a good Machiavellian. What you have to be able to do is recognize what people need, what their grievances are, right? And you can weaponize those grievances against them. And he does that very skillfully, very skillfully. And then the last of the 3 is psychopathy, right? He is a psychopath or a sociopath. And the difference here, a sociopath is created, a psychopath is born that way, right? But he grew up in a sociopathic environment with his father. And so he very well may have been created that way, or he could have been born that way. I tend to think it was probably a little bit of both. And so if you understand those 3 things, you already have 90% of Donald Trump. And then his policies, his actions, the things he does, reflects those 3 things. They reflect his grandiosity, right, and his malignant narcissism. They reflect the manipulativeness among the American people and the world as well. And they reflect, of course, the fact that he has no sympathy, compassion, mercy for anyone, which is what a psychopath and a sociopath is, right? And the last thing I want to say is that a lot of political philosophers have always asked this question, is Donald Trump a fascist? And 85, I'm making up numbers, the majority would say, yes, Donald Trump is a fascist. And I'm in the minority. I don't think he's a fascist because I don't think he's capable of being a fascist, right? Because fascism is an ideology. He has no ideology, none whatsoever. A fascist, good traditional fascist leadership have an ideology. It's outside of themselves. They assent to it. They would sacrifice themselves for their vision of society based on the ideology. Donald Trump will not do that. Donald Trump will sacrifice the country, the nation, the population, the world for himself, not the other way around. He can't be a fascist. He's incapable.
Thank you. I think we're going to end up with an interesting discussion if we include the audience after this. But before we get there, George, can you help me out with this? Because if I just repeat some of the different elements that we have here, we've got discussion about the decline of democracy and some suggestions of the things that democracies have to do in order to rebuild trust, reduce inequality, and protect their values. We have the example of what has been happening in Denmark and the use of hybrid threats, the use of disinformation. We have the example of Germany and the reasons why the AfD has been so successful, what it is that they are doing in order to build or create suspicion and fear amongst people, and a description of Trump's characteristics. How do we pull all of this together? I lob it to you. George Kent, you've heard from before, but those who are new to the room, former US Ambassador to Estonia, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State. Please take it home, George.
Well, since I'm a recovering American diplomat sitting next to a recovering Danish diplomat, I first of all have to, as an American, apologize, because I don't think it's possible for most Americans to understand that emotional impact that you described. And again, it's this weaponization, as Dustin described, does not represent what Americans think of either Denmark or Greenland. And Denmark fought and bled in Afghanistan at the same rate as Americans. So again, it's that lack of empathy that Trump projects, which is so outrageous for Danes and actually I would say a majority of Americans. So I'll start with the apology. I'll say that Tim Snyder agrees with you, Dustin, because I just heard him 2 days ago saying that Trump isn't a fascist for similar reasons as you. So I think that's good, again, for people. It's always fun to throw labels around, but I think, let's analyze what we're really dealing with. And if you want a positive note, because, we're looking for answers, I think the challenge that all of our countries have had is that we bought into that democracy was an electoral democracy with public servants who served the public interest. And maybe part of the answer is that democracy has to be participatory, and that citizens don't just show up at the ballot box and expect solutions from the state. They have to be involved and engaged continuously. This is maybe another lesson from Ukraine, not just how they created a completely different ecosystem for their military technology and the functionality, but Ukraine works not because of its institutions, which remain weak, corrupt, some of them still post-Soviet, not yet European, but the country and the society succeeds because the people don't expect government to solve all their problems. And I think that is part of the lesson. We're going to be talking about empowering civil society, I think, tomorrow. And it's not just an issue for countries that have authoritarian leaders who have never become Western democracies. I think this is a lesson that all of our societies need to absorb and not expect only the elected leaders to solve our problems. And I think there was a great slogan. We've got a number of Ukrainians in the room. In 2014, the slogan that was painted on block posts and walls, "Yaksho nimui kto to," if not us, then whom? And the question was, who was going to save the country in 2014? And it wasn't going to be the people in office. It was Ukrainians. And the biggest source of funding for the anti-drone technology was a foundation headed by a anti-corruption activist, Serhiy Sternenko. And he's raised $1 billion from Ukrainian society to build weapon systems. And that's all from Ukrainian civil society. It's not government money. Now, I think most of us think that security and defense is a core state function. Civil society shouldn't have to fund the defense of the country. But I think what that shows is a spirit that in many ways we have lost, because regardless of how our countries became functioning liberal democracies, we show up, we vote, and then we go back to our personal lives, and we're not as engaged participating as we probably should be. So that's my positivity leading into a whole panel tomorrow about how the collective we can work in civil society, even if we've left government, not left government, in understanding that not all solutions come from the state.
Thank you. Before we move on, I'd like to ask if any of you would like to respond to what the others have said. Yes, Hans first, then Margarita.
Now we talk about democracies and how well they're doing. I just want to give you a little information about the situation in Denmark, because we've been out without a government for 2 months, which is a record.
And have you noticed? Sorry.
Well, I think there's still some important decisions that need to be taken, and we have an international environment which is not easy, especially not when an envoy is coming without any invitations or things like that. I mean, just an example that we need strong governments, and I think I was very saddened to learn that the Latvian government fell due to a drone. I mean, we have to be. I know there were also other issues in the country, but what caused it? And I think we in this situation we need to be strong.
The Lithuanian government did not fall yesterday due to a drone, at least.
Exactly. Yeah. And so I mean, I hope also that there will be statesmen in the government. So we need to. Politicians need to seize the moment and understand that they have to live up to higher standards than normal. And of course, politics are domestic, but sometimes they will also have to look outside and see what's happening.
Thank you. Margarita, you wanted to make a point.
I just wanted to react to the general understanding that we have to give more agency to the society, or society has to take more agency in what's happening in their lives. But actually what is happening is a bit opposite, because with the new technologies, social media, artificial intelligence, the society is sort of getting into, individuals are getting into themselves, and they're starting to live in some kind of a simulated realities, and then they live in their bubbles, not posing like real expectations towards the leadership, not asking accountability from the leadership. And what frightens me even more, because young generation is not interested in politics. It is getting less and less interested in politics. I'm not talking about every one of you. You're smiling, sitting in this auditorium.
The people here probably,
you are one in a
that.
million. And in general, they say it's not for us. It's too dirty, and it's like a vicious circle. It is dirty because you are not placing accountability on those leaders. So I think that I know that that's where we have to head to, but it's a bit problematic.
Well, I had wondered about whether, picking up a point from your Vice Minister, Audra said this morning, young people take freedom for granted. I mean, you work with young people all the time. Do you find that?
I'll give you an example. We had a discussion during one of my seminars, and we were talking about freedom. In fact, we were discussing this freedom versus security dilemma. There are so many security challenges around. You are giving some bits of your freedom to the government to solve those security issues. And I asked them to define what does freedom mean to them. And then we had students from Lithuania, Ukraine, and then the students from Germany. And for the students of this region, Lithuania, Ukraine, Estonia, the freedom meant sovereignty of a country. I don't know why is that, but for people from the further away, freedom was about the individual freedoms. So I think that we tend to understand freedom in different ways, and that comes from our historical experiences. And if you did not have historical experiences of this freedom taken away from you, or the narrative from your parents and grandparents, you just don't realize what does it mean.
Can I? I wanted to. I apologize. You do look relatively young. I have no idea how old you are, but can you? At least the name of your party has free in it, so at least I can throw it to you on that basis. But also, as a young person, if you are,
you are invited to those panels, and then you think, "Oh, what will be my role?"
Okay, sorry. Take it. It's given. There you go.
I take it willingly because I think it's a little bit easy nowadays to put it on the youth, because I mean, I was talking about that the defenders of liberal democracy are not that motivated. And I think especially for young people who are in the minority in numbers, I mean, our communities are aging. And people, and especially politicians, know where they win elections, and it's not with the youth, unfortunately, because the numbers are so low. And the youth is entering a world which worked very well for their parents and their grandparents, but is now faced with social contracts which don't work anymore in their favor. Their older generation are fighting very strictly against raising the pension age. Housing is not affordable anymore. Social mobility is not granted anymore. And now showing with the finger to the youth and say, oh, you seem to be a little bit lackluster about our society. I think this is a little bit too easy. What I think is this is one of the major problems we have in fighting authoritarianism is if we want that people are on fire for liberal democracy, it has to work for them. And this needs a new generational contract. And I think the youth, as I experience them, they have an understanding of freedom. They don't think that everything comes to them and everything is individual. They have an interest that their grandparents have social security and their parents, but they want a system which they think is at least fair. And if we don't face those challenges and work on these things, then we can't expect that the youth will defend or fight for liberal democracy.
Dustin, I saw you nodding your head. Are you also in a teaching position, working a lot with young people?
Absolutely.
Does this resonate with you?
Yeah, absolutely. The ones that are politically minded have much of the same type of analysis that Helmer was talking about. There's a sense that this generation, the younger generation, is going to be the first generation that has it worse off than the last one. I always try to convince them that it's my generation that started that trend, right? Gen X, but there's only 50 of us, so it's not that big of a generation. But yeah, I mean, it's the same type of thing, that they have a hard time buying a house. You do know that America doesn't have national health care, so you're not guaranteed health care. On and on and on. And so things are getting much harder for the younger generation. And there is a cause for it in terms of a generation. That was the boomer generation. We're always looking back and saying, how did the generation of the 1960s, with all your amazing music and free love and all that good stuff, that revolutionary generation, how did you all become Reaganites and Thatcherites, right?
We bought houses.
You bought houses, right? And all of a sudden, you became very defensive of what you have, and you set up a system where it gets even harder and harder and harder for the next generation. So there is most definitely a despair among young people about the condition of democracy. And oftentimes I have to explain to them that democracy can also mean social democracy. For them, it just means socialism. Socialism is what we have in Germany. You have national health care. Your education, is relatively cheap compared to ours, right? And on and on and on. And so they call that socialism. That means a little bit something different generally in Europe, but there is a drive for an alternative to what the condition is right now in America among young people, most definitely.
Okay. In a couple of minutes, I'm going to turn to you in the audience. So I'd like you to start thinking about if you have some questions, some comments that you'd like to make. You don't need to put your hand up yet. Don't worry, I will come to you. I promise. I saw it half up. Just just do one round of questions again. See if anybody wants to pick it up, and then it's over to you. So I wanted to pick up George's point, which was looking towards tomorrow. To say where we're going to spend a whole day looking at what's going on with civil society. Block 3, clamping down on civil society, which I'm part of, and then after that, what's going well. And I wanted to ask you, in terms of shaping it around Margarita's, this is what has to be done: rebuilding trust, reduce inequality, protecting our values, but without losing too much. Is that up to civil society, or is it up to governments to do? I mean, I'm sure you will say, oh, it's up to both, but where does the balance lie? Should it really, anybody who wants to say anything on that?
I mean, we have a similar discussion in Denmark because the the amount of people being member of a party is falling. We have 12 parties in parliament, by the way.
How many?
12. 12. It increased. We have 2% threshold, so it will allow many to come in, but it's many years since we had 12. But the number of members of these parties is falling in general. And
so who do they represent?
And younger people are going to civil society instead. And because if you are part of a party, there's a lot of things. You have to be very disciplined. You have to stick to party lines. And there are many young people who find it difficult to come into a party and then really have to. The first thing you get is the party line. Here, go and learn this, and then you can come back. So there's a little bit of an issue. How can parties again attract young people to be willing to take on this type of responsibility? And it also has an implication of the quality of the politicians that we are having, because if you just come in directly from the street and no experience at all, or you have had at least some training in a political party, that we see there are some functions there which is important.
Well, Margarita, I would say in Lithuania, we see civil society working very strongly on many different levels. Would you not say?
On one hand, yes. So we've seen the big protests in support for our, I would say, broader issue of freedom of expression, but also support of our national broadcaster. But yet, I think that what lacks, and that's what I'm urging young people to do, they go to protests, but then that evaporates. They don't go to politics because politics is dirty. Without being in politics, you cannot change things. If you don't like the system, we can start discussion and change the system. Maybe that doesn't work. Maybe we need new social contract. But things are not being decided in the streets. Things are being decided around the table. So I think it is very important for young people also to understand that sometimes you have to make your hands dirty, not sacrificing your values. No, not doing something illegal, but you cannot achieve big things without making hands dirty.
Any other points on civil society? Okay, then we'll turn to the audience and take a few questions from you. It's completely open. No instruction from me on what you can ask and what you can't ask. I see 1, 2, 3, 4. So down this side to start with, then we'll take some from this side, please.
Hello, I'm Anna Dovbach from Eurasian Harm Reduction Association, and definitely it's civil society, but I want to reflect on the issue of participation and populism politics. And I need to say that during Maidan and following processes, we called it Facebook democracy, because you could react directly and horizontally in everything what is happening. And party is long process, and actually the important point that social media making us being involved very direct and very immediate, and that's actually what is changed. But in the same time, we do not hear the political message that the participation required time and effort. And you mentioned volunteer initiatives, and we are spending a lot of money, time, as Ukrainian, and not only Ukrainian, and forces, and actually for the volunteer initiatives. But populist politics, they are saying you don't need to spend time, you don't need to think, you don't need to decide, you don't need to have moral dilemma, we are giving you easy answer. So I feel dilemma, and I feel the changes, because we are all now directly involved in the politics through social media. We have all social media, and we could comment on any political statement, and this make us more horizontally involved. So I'm not sure that we need to stick to the tables, but I'm sure that we need to think about the systems of counseling and making nothing about us without us working for political decisions as well.
Thank you very much. Can we also have this lady here and then the gentleman in the same row as her?
Should I ask the question immediately?
Yes, yes, please do. I'm taking a few.
Oh, right. All right. Well, thank you. So the question is about your analysis of Trump, because I work as an independent Russian journalist, and I see sometimes we do the same with Putin. That is, we focus a lot on the deficiencies of his character. I mean, I don't like Trump, and I obviously don't like Putin, and I think they're not really great people. I don't know how helpful it is for our diagnosis of what's going on in the society to focus so much. I see so much in the media focus on the negative sides of the character of those people, but I'm not sure if it really helps us understand why people still choose to vote a lot for them. Because if we just say that's a horrible, for example, Trump is a horrible sociopath and narcissist and so on, then we just say, well, people who vote for him should be really terrible or really stupid. But that just makes you think that, you know, part of the society is just really horrible and stupid. But then how does it help us as a democratic society combat anything? Because from the experience of Russia, creating some kind of scapegoating in your society and saying just another part of the society is bad because it's voting for something is not really a democratic way, I think. So yeah, that is my question. Like, should we not focus more on the reasons why people choose to vote for such people? Because in the place of Trump could be someone else who just fit the circumstances. So yeah, that is my question.
Thank you very much. And the gentleman?
Yes, Konstantin Agatam, a Deutsche Welle man here. One observation and two questions. The observation is, Dustin, I see no contradiction between people celebrating free love in '68 and buying houses in the '80s, because, I mean, they remember they had no place. Now they can have a place to practice free love. Now, two questions. One is to Helmer. Touches a bit upon Ksenia's question. We have 40% plus people in Sachsen preparing to vote or voting for AfD. Your party may not make it to parliament with your kind of Ayn Rand capitalism and so forth. Who are these people? They're not voting for Alice Wedel because she has a wonderful TikTok presence. What are the issues that are of real concerns to these people? Could you explain to us? That's going to be very helpful. And to the American participants, both to George and to Dustin, a bit of a follow-up. What after Trump? What will be the political landscape when he leaves the White House?
Thank you.
Is it going to be the demand for more expertise, as Kurt Volker says, or is it going to be the same quote-unquote populism? What next? Thanks.
Thank you. I'll come to you in a moment when we do another round, if that's okay. So we've got a few different comments and questions on the table about whether social media, in fact, has helped to make people more involved, and do we still need to be at the tables, or is in fact that a way of harnessing social media for direct democracy? Is it useful to carry on analyzing autocrats? Is it more useful maybe to understand why people vote for him? Why exactly are 40% planning to vote AfD? What are the issues that face them, and what after Trump? I'm going to go round the other way. There you go. George first.
I don't think a Republican can win after Trump because there's going to be a negative reaction. My guess is J.D. Vance will likely be the candidate, but it could be Marco Rubio. So no idea who the Democrats will put up. My guess is the Democrats win at least one House of Congress in November, so you'll have classic split cohabitation for 2 years. But I think I mentioned this morning the dark elements, and Dustin mentioned the sort of duality in the American psyche from the beginning. those dark elements were always there. They just never made it to the White House and were in charge of the country. So I think the rebuilding of trust societally is going to take a long time, but it's honestly not going to be driven by politicians. I think this will be done, it has to be done at the community level because people actually have to get off their social media, have to engage their neighbors, even if they don't agree with them politically, in ways that used to happen, but because of COVID and being focused on the phones is less the case. So a partial return to normalcy is my prediction, and not a Trump heir as the next president.
Okay, thank you for taking that one. Which one would you like to take?
Yeah, I mean, I was recently in Sofia and met young people there who turned out to participate very much in the recent election there, and there was a political change, and there are hopes that there will be an anti-corruption campaign and government, and also more European centered government, and young people are voting on new parties. They want a change, which is understandable. But I think that the young people also, I mean, Maidan and social media is not enough. I mean, we also have to somehow channel this movement into some more institutions. Mark Carey said, if you're not at the table, you are on the menu. So I mean, people should not be on the menu. They need to be part of the discussion, and then I don't know. I mean, I don't have an idea of how the hell to get them into parties, but there is something about. I mean, you can express yourself much better in social. I mean, not social media. That is often very, very aggressive and very small statements, but in civil societies. And I hope that civil society can also start helping parties. And I think that is needed.
I'm sorry, I'm doing some gesturing to my
okay.
daughter at the same time, so I apologize for not.
You want her in a party as well? Or?
I'm looking for something specific. I'm offering some relief to Margarita in case she needs it.
That's very kind.
I think the number of times we're mentioning Trump is causing her to cough.
That's it. I understand.
Thank you so much.
You got that right.
Can't explain that.
What would you like to take? You had the AFD question lobbed directly at you, if you would like.
Yeah, I will try to answer this question so it's not too much about German politics. I haven't understood the man who asked this question. Are you from Deutsche Welle? Was my understanding correct?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So I think although it's very difficult to say or to talk about the German East because these are different states with different histories and they don't have all the same situation. But of course you can say that in general, the authoritarian party AfD is there much stronger than in the Western state. And I think one of the main reasons there is what I've talked earlier about. The liberal democracy, although it's an outstanding successful story of this world, has failed a lot of people in the last decades. And especially globalization turned up challenges which we haven't faced off in the best way. I could say again housing, but I'm talking also that a lot of workers feel that globalization benefited everybody else, but not them. And in many regions in Eastern Europe, in Eastern Germany, you have classical coal mining areas, which went through a very hard transformation. And this is, of course, like very good ground for having the belief that the society is looking down to you, that you have economical struggles, and then you are faced with a world which is not talking about your problems, but, and now I'm quoting just their side. It's not my belief, but now they're facing a society which is talking about gender, about LGBTQ rights, and so on, and they think, where am I? Where do I belong? And I think it's wrong to put both things in an arena, but I think this is a situation which we face, especially in focus in Eastern Germany. I would like also to answer the first lady, if it's allowed. Sorry for taking so much time now. I think your question was very interesting. It was about, as a reminder, about social media and also if we need to be at the tables or if we can just like post something.
Well, you've chosen to be at the table. I believe.
I chose to be on the table. I think
to accept this party discipline and.
Also, I mean, nowadays it's less disciplined, but it's still, yes, it is a decision. I think we cannot afford to be not at the tables, and I tell you why. I think when you are citing, oh, populists, they have it easy, they give easy answers, which work fine. I think Democrats make a huge mistake if they try to give also easy answers. Because if you try to play chess with a pigeon, it will throw everything around and shit on the board. They will always be better and they will never play by the rules. And if we want to fight for democracy, we have to not say, oh, democratic institutions don't matter. We are not interested in negotiating our freedoms. If we do it like this and we are just like, I post my opinion online and then that's it, and we are marching and everybody is having his own opinion, this is not what democracy needs. Democracy needs people who are not talking about negotiations as a compromise, but as something which is lovable, which is something they want. They want to have discussions. They want to have different opinions, and they have to show that this is the best world they can have. So if you don't go to the tables and don't discuss there and say how great that is, then you cannot defend democracy in the best way. That's my belief. So you have to do both.
Margarita.
Well, following on what you just said, I still believe that political decisions are not taken on Facebook. So you can have your opinions, but if you want to participate in the decisions, you have to get to the field and get your arms dirty. When it comes to the culture of canceling, it's becoming very popular. But how does it work? It increases polarization because people start living in their echo chambers. And those who are convinced about something on the opposite side, if you are pressing them and you are canceling them, they're becoming even more convinced. So the only way how to reduce polarization is by talking to each other. I think that it's very difficult, and I think that there should be mediation and all sorts of things. But that's, if we want to continue living as the societies, we'll have to find the ways how to do that. Otherwise, it's becoming more and more dangerous because people cannot agree on lots of things. And the social media increases these cleavages. When it comes to what about the people who vote for Trump and Putin? I mean, there are all sorts of reasons why people vote for them. I think it differs in Russia and in the USA because ability to vote and have a fair elections in Russia is more limited than in the United States. But still, nevertheless, there are people who adore Putin. And I've heard some comments by some Russian journalists saying that, for women, he's a very appealing man because he doesn't drink. So, I mean, there are all sorts of things, all sorts of reasons why people choose, and it tells about what they are lacking. And similarly to Trump also, I think that people find in him some things that seem appealing to them. He's a businessman, made a good career. But on the other hand, some people vote for him because there is a lack of alternative. And here I look at the side of Democrats. I mean, is there a strong alternative for the next election? I don't know.
No, you're absolutely correct to say that you have to study the population as well, because what the populace is doing is trying to verbally, linguistically meet the needs, right, of the population. And if that population didn't have those particular needs and those particular grievances, the populace wouldn't be able to get into power. But the populace also has a paradox. Their legitimation for being in power is based on the idea that they're going to fix the problems. So if they actually fix the problems, then the populace gets out. But the populace doesn't want us to go out. The populace wants to stay in office, and therefore they can never fix the problem, right? So they can only verbally say it. So yeah, that's chapter 3 and 5, by the way, the symbiotic relationship there. And into your question about what comes after, well, I would say this. The next few years of Trump are going to get worse. They're not going to get better. We're going to have a midterm elections. Most likely the House is going to go to the Democrats. That's going to make Trump all kind of agitated. He's going to lash out in many kind of ways. We're all going to feel it, whether we're in Europe or in America. We're going to feel this lashing out. It's going to get worse for him. Also, he has frontotemporal dementia, and frontotemporal dementia makes all of these characteristics that I talked about even more acute, even more worse. So he's going to continue to get worse for the next couple of years. Now, if he actually leaves when his term is done, and I'll tell you right now, I don't think he is going to leave. He's going to do everything he possibly can do to stay in power. And if we have time, you can ask me all the reasons why I think that. But if he actually leaves, the Republicans can't put a Trump 2.0 in there. It's just not going to happen because other people have tried it. They try to out-Trump Trump, and it doesn't work. Because it's, as Heidegger would say, it's Uneigenslichkeit, right? It's inauthentic. We know what you're doing. You're trying to do a Trump routine. Trump is Trump. You're not Trump. So it's got to be something completely different for if the Republicans are going to get back in. And I don't think J.D. Vance is the guy. Yeah. I don't think Marco Rubio's the guy. The Republicans want someone outside the system. They love that businessman model, but you see how well businessman as a statesman work. You know, next time you have a heart condition, make sure you go to the plumber. He knows how to fix things, right? That's essentially what we did by getting a businessman to do a statesman's job. So it's going to get worse while Trump's there. If the Democrats win, they need someone with the vision of a Roosevelt, because we've got a lot to fix. Our system has to be reformed. The first term of Trump was a massive stress test on the system. The system survived, but it came out bad, bruised. This time around, he's trying to dismantle the system. So the Democrats have to get someone very powerful with a big vision and bullheadedness to do it. Otherwise, the Republic is going to continue to whimper on until it falls.
Let's take another few questions and comments from the floor. There was still one here, and then this gentleman here, that gentleman there. Sorry, I'm just going to take those who I've seen already with their hands up. Can we have, I'll take this one first then, since the microphone's there.
Hi, I'm Timo. I'm a student from Germany. My question is towards the panel. Helma, you said the party voters are turning into believers. So what is the possibility to turn the believers of a single party into believers in democracy so that they would vote for democratic systems? And would you say, for example, in Germany we have this huge discussion about forbidding the AfD. Would you say that's a viable option to save democracy? If in Germany we have the discussion about forbidding the AfD, is that a viable option? And would you say that's the right way to save the democracy?
Okay, thank you. And if we can move the microphone very quickly over this way. Oh, that gentleman then there first. Yep, that's good. This you had your hand up, sir. Put your hand up again. Okay, she's past you now. She's gone on to the next one. Keep your hand up. You don't get asked.
Thank you. I actually would like to challenge this panel because I have seen a lot of protests happening where there were tons of young people going on the round in various countries on the streets who demand their rights and who would like to achieve a change. Also, I don't know how many of them will end up in politics. But I wonder, because I live in France and we just had municipal level elections, and it was not the young people like 18 onwards who didn't go and vote. It was the age group 30 to 40 years old who didn't go and vote. And I would like to challenge this discussion that young people are not interested, but what about this middle-aged people, which are also much more numerous in in numbers, right?
Thank you. And who else has got their hand up? This gentleman had his hand up before, down here. Keep it up, otherwise you can't find you. Thank you. Go on, guys.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Mykola Kerman. I'm a Ukrainian political sciences student at Vytautas Maklas University. And I would like to direct my question at Professor Dustin Bird. Following your psychic analysis of Trump, how can other states like Europe or China or Russia deal and adapt to a country that elects such a leader, and what could be like the possible scenarios to mitigate the dangers of such a leader coming to a superpower or just a big power in the international system?
Okay, thank you. I'm sure we can squeeze one more in. Rob, do you still want to put your... Look, this guy over here keeps on putting his hand up. Yeah. Does everybody want Robert Van Fora to ask a question, or have you got a better one than him? There we go. You have the same question? Okay, then we won't ask you. Anybody else?
There was a question there.
Go on then.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's over to Robert Van Fora.
Might Trump do something so awful, short of blowing up the whole world in a nuclear explosion, that means that somebody deploys Article 25, is it? Who is able to do that, even if he doesn't do something that awful?
Okay, thank you. Okay, I give in Robert Van Fora.
Okay, there's also another question here.
Go on then, let's have them first.
Okay.
Thank you for that. And also thank you for trying to introduce some optimism, even though I continually had this feeling that even though your optimistic remarks at times, we've had the Draghi report now for years. We've known about problematic debt in the US for years. And I still have that feeling that no matter how bad the crises get, that we never act in the scale and with the speed that's required. And I wondered if you know, like a way to change that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
He won't be denied.
Yes, yes. I'm coming.
Finally, I get a chance. And it's a very simple question. Dustin, can you explain why you think he won't leave office?
Okay, thank you. I may not have noted down every single one of the questions. If we fail to answer them, please make sure that we do. We have quite a good range here from the last one, why you think he wouldn't leave, how is it possible he would do something that would lead him being removed before the end of his time. The challenge to look, young people are actually caring about things. It's the middle-aged who are failing. About the AfD, should populist parties be banned? How can you get people to believe in democracy? We're going to go this way round for the end.
Okay, well, I'll try to go backwards and
yes,
with the Trump.
Wherever you wish.
Okay, so look, the first time he ran for president, he ran as a marketing strategy. He wasn't supposed to win. That's the reason why Melania was so pissed off at him that he won. This was supposed to be a gimmick to heighten his profile, so his assets became more valuable, but he won, right? And then he bumbled around for 4 years. This time around, he ran for a few reasons. First and foremost, so he doesn't go to prison. Remember, in the Biden interregnum, he was charged with 94 criminal offenses, ranging from the fraud that he did back in New York, to the attempted coup d'etat in Washington, D.C., to the theft of all the government documents. He was charged 94 times. He was found guilty on some of them. He could have gone to prison. We don't suspect that that's what the judge was going to give him, but nevertheless, for the other ones to go through, he was going to, in order for he never to face justice, there was only one job in America he could have where he wouldn't be criminally prosecuted. One job. And that's what he got, that job, right? And so if he survives, and he's in bad health, if he survives this term, he's facing this again, the possibility of going to prison. And he will blow up the entire American system to make sure he never goes to prison. He's already got ICE, right? The Immigration and Customs Enforcement, the mass amount of money he has funding them. He now, $1.8 billion being taken out of the Treasury, given to the Justice Department to pay off people who attempted the coup d'etat back on January 6th, to pay them. He's buying a militia. And underneath the ballroom, what is he building? An impregnable bunker, right? So he will never have to leave. He's preparing already to not leave. Now, how our Constitution works, if someone else is elected, he loses power on this day, this person has power when they're sworn. That's how it works. But he doesn't care. When has he ever cared about the law, right? When has he ever cared about the law? So yes.
Also, he's unlikely that he could be doing something so dreadful that everybody would vote to remove him.
Yeah, the 25th Amendment was put in place for if a president went under anesthesia or something, that operation, they wouldn't be available to make decisions, right? So that's what it was for. Power would, you'd be able to give the power temporarily to the vice president and such. But it's also there to say if this president goes so bad, something goes so wrong, that the principals within the administration can vote to take him out, to remove him. I don't know if the yes men and sycophants he put around him this time around will ever do that. Maybe in the first term, because he had some people of high moral quality in the first term. They all became never Trumpers after that, after dealing with them. But I don't think about this time. This time, 25th Amendment is not going to happen. And then how do we deal with it? Last thing, how do we deal, other countries deal with it? Know their psychology, right? That's a very important thing to do. Trump is very susceptible to ridicule. And that's why he goes after our comedians, right? The comedians, the academics, the artists, right? He will go after them, but know their psyche.
Margarita, what would you like to pick up on? For example, should we ban populist parties?
Yeah, I marked for myself at least three, and I'll try to be very brief. So forbidding AFD, I talked about the democracies behaving as autocracies and becoming even weaker because of that. So I think that that could be the case because, as far as I understood, 42% of people in some states are supporting this party. So what do you say by forbidding this party, that these the voices of those 42% of people do not matter? I mean, whom they will vote then if you forbid this party? So it's a very tricky thing. And this is the situation exactly, how to protect democracy without becoming an autocracy. That's a very, very difficult dilemma. People not going people who are not voting, the mid-age people who are not voting. I think that it happens from state to state, but then I think that we have to ask the question, why people don't vote. I mean, what are the reasons why they don't vote? Sometimes there is no habit of voting. If you didn't go and vote when you were 18, and then in the next cycle, you do not have the habit to vote. So it is very important to get young people going to vote, because you form a habit of voting. But maybe they do not feel that their votes are reflected in politics. Maybe they do not find the party which represent their values. So I think that it depends on the country, but I don't think that in Lithuania this is the case. 30, 40 year old people are not voting, but I can't comment because I do not have surveys today. And last but not least, crisis. We are in eternal crisis in Europe, and then somehow we are surviving. So the world is changing. So I do believe that Draghi report is very, very important. but it's important in the long run. I think that some of the things are being implemented. It's step-by-step process. I wouldn't be so pessimistic about that. And you know, after each crisis, there is the saying, Europe becomes stronger. So I hope that Europe will continue on this historical path in the future. Yeah, very optimistic.
So we could just end there, but we're not going to. So, gentlemen.
Yeah, I'm going to try to combine my answer for the two gentlemen. So first, the question regarding AfD. I think in that regard, I disagree with you. We are not, I talked earlier about the neutral democracy. And I think a democracy which is not resilient will let other people abolish it. And it's laid down in our constitution that we have a process that if there's a party who is planning to abolish fundamental rights in our constitution, then it can be brought forward of our constitutional court, and the court decides. And I think if the criteria are fulfilled, this should be done. I think this should be played
Have they
low.
been fulfilled already?
What?
Have they been fulfilled already?
At the moment, this is now a very detailed talk. I am a
so
lawyer.
sorry.
I love this topic. The problem is the Constitutional Court had to decide earlier about a social nationalistic party in Germany. And they basically said that at that time, you are fulfilling the criteria, but unfortunately you are so unsuccessful that we are not forbidding you because you're such crazy lunatics. Nobody's voting for you, so we are not deleting you. And the problem with this is that we had now to wait until the AfD is so big and so successful that it's politically so problematic to bring this forward. However, I think the AfD is a little bit different to the social nationalistic party in the past. I'm skeptical if the criteria would be fulfilled right now. I agree, if you forbid it, it doesn't solve a problem with the voters, but it solves the problem that these voters can't take over or can't elect people who are taking over the government. However, I think this should be played low. It should be just like there's a process, we are doing this process, and we are democracy, that's it. Don't talk too much about it. And now I want to combine the second part of your question and your question about how we can become faster. Yes, democracy takes time. I think we will never be as quick as, for example, China. But I want you to remember the Corona crisis. And while we were walking on the street, having a good life again, people were still sitting at home in China, not being let out, because our system at least can change. However, I think we should become faster. And to become faster, and now coming back to you, that's so perfect. To become faster, we need to become better in compromises. What we see at the moment is that the democratic parties are getting so polarized that they are incapable of making compromises. And as long voters don't demand compromises, but demand always more of one position, this system will fail. If we want to fight our authoritarianism, we have to embrace what liberal democracy makes different. That means there are no easy answers. There are complex answers, and this is great. There are negotiations, and you have to balance different interests. You have to celebrate these things and say we want more of that and less from easy answers. I'm thinking less about how we can mobilize turning back voters from the AfD. I'm thinking more about how can we mobilize those who are still in favor of liberal democracy, and then we will sooner or later also get the others back.
Thank you.
Yes, maybe I'm starting to represent the older generation, not the middle age, but I will nevertheless give it a try.
Just remember what it was like.
Yes, I will try. Over the past almost 12 months, we had two major manifestations or demonstrations in Copenhagen and many other cities in Denmark where it was actually the middle-aged and older generation that came out. I participated in one of them, so I saw it firsthand. The first one was about Greenland. I mean, we wanted to get out and show solidarity with Greenland. And for too many years, we had taken Greenland for granted, and there's an element of also bad conscience among many Danes. But here we said, well, now it is crunch time. Now we have to show that we, of course, we are solidaric. There came out massive people, and especially a little bit the middle age and older generation who, to them, have been living with this dilemma and this relationship, and also then found out the fundamentals at what was at stake. So it was a little bit interesting. The second one was about our military, and it was also caused by the conflict that there were some who was questioning our solidarity with the Americans and others, and here also middle-aged and older people came out to show solidarity with our armed forces. Something we have never seen before. Both demonstrations, we've never seen that type of demonstration before. But here, there were some fundamentals in our society that caused people to come out. And so I wouldn't say that they cannot be mobilized, but these are examples of that actually can. And also on EU and Draghi, I also agree that the EU has shown that we are able to move faster. Not fast enough, I agree with that. But the crisis that we have been through, I think that has demonstrated that we are able to pull ourselves together with, and very soon there will also be some proposals from the Commission, and they have discussed it among heads of state of government, and that's of course related to the war in Iran and the blockage of the Hormuz Strait, which has demonstrated how vulnerable we are when it comes to our own fuels, fossil fuels. Half of all the fuels that we are using are imported. So we are terribly vulnerable. So we need to change that decision. We need to produce more renewable energy here. We need the young people to come out also and reignite the climate debate. Not only the climate, but combine it with resilience and also economic growth. Then I think it will be it can mobilize many people. So I mean, also a very important topic.
Yes.
I think the issue of who protests actually comes down to different cultural norms, because in this case, U.S. and Danish society are united. We have this No Kings. It's not a movement, but every 3 months, millions of Americans come out on the street. In March, there were about 9 million, which is a lot of people in large numbers, but is only about 2.7% of the U.S. population. What people noticed was, where are the Americans under 30? We had 9 million Americans on the streets for half a day, and I can tell you in Arlington, I was on my bike and I cycled across the whole. It wasn't the Baltic way, not 2 million Balts from Lithuania to Estonia, but it was the Arlington way, and it was across the entire county, and there were no young people. And that happened in communities all over the US, and then people started asking, what happened to young Americans? Why don't they care about what's happening to American democracy? And I don't think anyone has an answer. But then flip it to Ukraine. When the Ukrainian parliament tried to destroy the anti-corruption agencies last July, there was a moment that's called the cardboard revolution. And those were young Ukrainians, 25 and under. It wasn't the Orange Revolution generation or the Maidan from 2014, the Euromaidan. It was people who were kids in 2014 who were in school. And so, again, Ukraine was a very different dynamic than what we just described as the protest cycle in Denmark and the US. So I think that's something where actually cultural differences and societal differences do matter. And if I can maybe just interpret what the comment, because people were reacting to social media, which is often a negative in our cultures and our political cultures, Ukraine also is very different. As she said, the Euromaidan revolution in 2014 started with a Facebook post where a journalist said, come on, stop liking and get out to the Maidan. And that's what started the revolution. Now, after the police beat up students. And so I think, and what happened then is those people who were activists came into government, and they didn't work through spokespeople. policy was being made on Facebook, and Ukrainians were challenging ministers, including the prime minister, on the personal Facebook page, and there actually was interaction between ministers and common people. I don't think that happens anymore in Ukraine on a daily basis, but it was an unusual moment in history where the accountability was without filter, and ministers posted policy and actually responded to questions directly. But Athenian direct democracy barely worked in Athens 2,000 years ago, and it is very different to have a country of, say, 40 or 50 million people have that direct access to leaders. But it is a fascinating cultural norm that emerged in Ukraine and held for several years, that this sort of Facebook democracy actually worked for a while.
I have no final amazing words because I think everything has been said by a great panel. I just wanted to say thank you to all of you for sticking with this through today and for staying here for this. We did hear some great animal kingdom metaphors during the day. We heard about the pigeon on the board. I won't say what the pigeon was doing, but that was an interesting one. We had the canaries in the coal mine, and we had this Thai phrase. I wrote down the monkey scaring the horse, but
you kill the chicken to scare the monkey.
You killed the chicken to scare the monkey. I think these are the things we definitely need to retain and bring back tomorrow. We need more animal metaphors tomorrow so that we can all understand what we're talking about. Can you join me, please, in saying thank you very much to our panelists? Robert.
Thank you so much. Everybody with a Vyshyvanka needs to stay here after the conference. Actually, there was a very interesting situation while this panel was taking place, because there was a drone above Utena, again, red alert. And so we had a discussion within our team via phone what to do if the alert would come here. And for me, it's a very interesting situation, because when we organize conferences in Ukraine, there are drones all the time. There is alerts all the time. And very often people just check on their phone what kind of alert and then decide whether to go or not. And so I think this is something that we are going to see more often, right? It's one of those wonderful ways of trying to make us nervous. I hope that the same happens as what happened in Ukraine, is that at a certain moment the nervousness is gone. It's part of life. You have to keep on living and have to keep on going.
Wherever we are.
That was the outcome.
Okay.
That was the outcome. Secondly, coming back tomorrow, don't forget your badge, because we have a conference in the museum and the people downstairs are pretty strict. So you really actually need your badge in order to get in again. Then one other thing, a reminder, Shady Places, Temny Kutochki, if you would like to support the publication of this book, the new print run, there is a collection box outside. Donations more than 10, you can take a copy. And then the interesting thing is, tomorrow I will talk about this again, and I will bring another animal, which is a kangaroo. And I will explain tomorrow why. So tomorrow we'll be talking about civil society and resilience of civil society. Speakers, please wait downstairs near the registration desk, because we will be shuttling you out. Even those with a Vyshyvanka, they first need to come here and then we have to go down. Thank you very much for being here today, and see you tomorrow.